Hello. It is Monday. It is time. Another day, another stream. And it is time to go into a new topic. So, last week we modeled the Wraith. Well, I think, wait, did we completely model the Wraith last week? Or did we, I think we did, right? Or did we? I don't even remember. But, yeah, the Wraith or the model is basically finished. I'm gonna do some more small adjustments off stream, and then yeah, the Reaper model is done. So now what we can do is we can go into the next stage, which would be adding materials, adding a whole new level of detail to the model. Oftentimes, you can see, for example, for these very detailed, very high photorealistic models, you could say, if you look at the actual model, it is actually very smooth. Because you can add like way more detail or using textures than what you can do with geometry. So now we're going to enter that stage. We have laid out all the materials. We've actually already applied the materials to most of the pieces. So all we need to do now is we need to create materials that enhance the look of the model even more. And then, then we're almost done. We're going to begin with that today. We're going to talk about photorealism, how you can achieve it in Blender, what is part of it, what you need to keep in mind, and, we're going to, create a few ourselves. We're going to, probably begin with the Reaper, and then we're going to go from there. Probably his clothing, we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be the plan for probably this week. We'll see how long it's going to take. I don't think we need too many materials, but maybe we need to set up the UVs a little bit, because of course every piece has a different scale sometimes, and then the materials, if you only have one procedural material, it could be that on one image, on one model, the material is actually way bigger than on the other, and then you have like these huge creases on one, and then you have these very tiny creases on the other piece. Yeah, we're trying to optimize all that to get a nice look at the end. Welcome back, Crow. I hope you have enjoyed your weekend. We're going to go into texturing today, exactly. Of course, we're going to focus on materials, but of course, if you want to optimize and finalize the materials, we also need to UV unwrap and all that stuff, all the pieces that we've created. Good thing is, the pieces, I don't think there's any piece that doesn't have good topology, so we might, it might be pretty simple to set that all up. But before we get into the big topic, we're going to go to the quick sketch. If you only want to see one of these topics and you're watching this as a video later, there should be timestamps and not only in the description but also in the timeline, so you can skip right to the texturing. Topic number 2, as you can see right there. Topic number 1 is the quick sketch. So let's go to Blender and let's do the quick sketch real quick. If only you could see me. There's you. There's, hold on. There's me. I didn't even open Blender yet, so let's do that. Okay. Let's grab the reference. There it is. You can see what we're going to sculpt today. The artist for this piece is Michelle Ang on ArtStation. Let me just quickly pull her up. Michelle Ang. Hello. Okay. There it is, I think. Maybe. Let's see. Yep, there it is. I hung with procedural textures and constantly with them some problems. Yeah. Good thing is I think procedural textures oftentimes have a pretty simple sort of, they have a similar formula oftentimes, so you don't need to, you know, kind of figure it out every time. Especially if you just want to create some textures. I mean, some procedural textures, for example, using you know, image textures, for example, or you know, if you use like the textures that you have in Blender themselves, the nodes, then of course it might be a little bit more complex, but the basic stuff, you know, pretty simple. So here's Michelle Ang, where I grabbed the image from. There it is. You could see it right there. There was a little bit more here. No, back shot, front shot, a few more animals right there. And yeah, of course, if you want to check her out, you can do that. Maybe grab your own references. Okay, let's get back to Blender and do the good old quick sketch. Let me just quickly check something. There's a process that sometimes sparks up. It robs all my CPU power. I look into my task manager and see it's like at 100%. Then I see there's just one task. It was like some Razer SDK service or whatever. That just completely steals the entirety of my CPU. No, I deactivated it so it shouldn't happen again. Sometimes when it's like a small hiccup, then I'm getting kind of nervous, but nope. It's not, it wasn't that. Okay. When there are a lot of Blender, then the Blender normally no works. Do you mean a lot of materials, or what do you mean? Or multiple Blender? Well, I guess Windows. Okay, I don't think we need to prepare more. Welcome back, Maya. I hope you have enjoyed your weekend. Maybe even your Monday. Mondays can be, you know. I don't think Mondays have a good reputation, but maybe, you know. Not for you. Maybe you like Mondays. Okay. I think we're ready for the quick sketch. 30 minutes. I would say 3, 2, 1, go. Perfectly in line with the music. The music just started, or the new song. Let's get right into it. Okay. As always, big shapes first, and then afterwards we can focus on the rest. Okay. With animals, putting animal heads on human bodies, it can be a little bit different how you need to set it up. Oftentimes, of course, animals aren't really in their anatomy set up to just stand on 2 feet, which means they have their neck basically parallel, or their spine is basically not going downwards but like horizontal, and that can be quite tricky to set up for like a animal human hybrid, I guess you could say. What I like to do is I like to make like an S-curve similar to dragons, not like a crazy S-curve, but just like a either like diagonal, or sort of like an actual S-curve, but it's smaller than maybe a dragon, just to kind of set it up in a more natural way. Welcome back, Vishal. I hope you have enjoyed not only your weekend, but also your Monday. Hope you enjoyed it. Didn't know you were a furry. Oh no. Why is everybody saying I'm a furry now? Just because I'm not discriminating what I'm using as my reference. Unbelievable. First Hustler, and now you, Manika. I don't believe it. You betrayed me. Okay. I don't know if I can trust you anymore. I thought so, but maybe not. Now I'm questioning myself. Hope you enjoyed your Monday though. Yeah, this kind of looks weird. It doesn't look like a tiger nose, but let's see. That's it. Perfect. Done. Okay. I won't admit something I can't admit, okay? If there's nothing to admit, there's nothing to, yeah, admit. Okay. Let's see. So we need some more structure here. Let's set that up real quick, block everything out, and then we can go into more detail. So this looks kind of like a dude with a weird nose. I think the nose is definitely too long right now. It's also too big. Let's set it up, make it slimmer, more aerodynamic, I guess. More like a jet. There you go. Perfect. Okay, that's better. Let's see. I'm gonna probably, should I close the mouth? That's probably easier to do than there's less detail that we need to add. Let's do that. Now his chin is definitely too far forward. Let's, there you go, that's better. Okay. First the cat. I mean the whiskers here. Today I watched a video about like top 25 moments on BBC, and one of them was they explained what whiskers actually are for, or why cats or how cats use whiskers. And what they said was that they not only use them to, well, they're basically like sense or like another organ for them, like antennas that react to like touch, and they not only have them on their face or on their, you know, whatever that's called, but also on their feet, which I didn't know. But if you look closer, they have these small little, like, longer hairs on there as well, and they use them to not only navigate and see where they can fit through, because they're as long as their body or as wide as their body, but also they are there to, because they cannot focus, so their brain is sort of set up in a way where they sense movements. Everything else is sort of blurry to them, or at least they depicted it that way. I don't know if it's really that like that, but should probably ask a cat. But it was like they sense, or their brain focuses on movement. So, you know, their brain focuses on movement, and then they cannot focus closer than, I think, like 30 or a few centimeters in front of them, which means what they use there is they use their whiskers to kind of point them forwards. And if the whiskers like touch something, they know exactly where it is, and then they can strike. When they're hunting, for example, they use their whiskers when there's something right in front of them, so they can see better. You know, everything's blurry in front of them. Go to grab, they use their whiskers to see, or not to see, but to feel, I guess. Was pretty interesting. I only really knew that they would use them for what is it? To see how, like, where they can fit through. I wonder if they like their whiskers being touched or not. If it's like I guess if that feels good to them, or if that's more like I don't know, if you know, it's similar to when you blow into someone's ear, like they flinch. I wonder if it's more like that, or if it's more like a sensory overload, or if it's more like enjoyable to them. Because usually, you know, I read at least that maybe, you know, you've done it before, you've cleaned your ears, maybe you've done that before with a Q-tip, and then you, if you, like, for example, either haven't done it for a while, or you reach a certain spot, you feel this weird like sensation this weird feeling that feels kind of good, but you can't really explain what it is. And then like you know, it's like scratching an itch basically. And as far as I heard, it depends if they're hungry or not. Maybe. So what I heard is that that feeling is, I think it's similar to when you use these weird scratches that look like this, and then you put it on your head, and then they, you know, you push it up and down, and you get this weird feeling. I think animals get that feeling when you pet them. I think, well, because they can't really pet themselves, they can't really scratch themselves. They could maybe rub on like a wall or something, but they can't really, you know, do it themselves. So that's why, like, their skin, I guess, it's sort of sensitive to it, because they haven't felt it that often. Which means, you know, it kind of feels like that to them, which is actually kind of interesting to kind of know why, or it kind of shows why they like it so much. And it was kind of interesting when I heard it. Okay, the head is somewhat in a good spot now. The eye is a little bit too small, maybe. Oh, there was also another one where they talked about like the cat meows, and that every meow is basically different. It's basically every meow is different, or every cat's meow, because they sort of learn what meow or what sort of works with either their owner or like with the, I guess, creature that they're with, let's say, like whether it's another cat or like a human. They sort of learn and have like a special language with their like other cats or like their owner, which is kind of interesting. They meow basically if they're hungry, because they meow because they know that grabs your attention, and that's why they actually do it. So if you want to have a cat that is very quiet, I guess you can just not react to their meows, and then they're maybe they'll stop. They just want to get rid of that itch, maybe. Maybe. Must be super horrible when you know, have an itch somewhere, but you can't reach it. That's also something weird that I sort of discovered. Sometimes when I like hit my toe or whatever, I like hurt myself very lightly, in the sense that it hurts for a second, but then it's basically good again. It's not like a long lasting pain. What happens is, especially when I, for example, hit my toe on something, you have this pain in your toe. You sort of know that there's nothing like broken or anything, but for some reason your toe keeps hurting until you sort of touch it or look at it or whatever, just to kind of see or reinforce that sort of knowledge that there actually isn't, like, there's nothing. You know, usually you would say the skin and like the pain comes from there's being something wrong, and you're you know, the body sort of alarms you that there's something, you know, like damage being done to your skin or whatever. But it seems like it also does that just to kind of, I guess, make you check on your body in certain moments, similar to when there's like a mosquito in your room, and you then randomly start to get like that itch that you can't stop, and you need to scratch, and you kind of, you know, do this just to kind of, you know, get rid of that itch, even though there might not be any mosquito on you. It's kind of weird. 18 minutes, okay. I think the face looks good so far. We can probably go to the shoulders. I'm not going to include more than the shoulders. There you go. Look at him. He looks old. I don't know why. Probably because of his beard. Let's go to... I kind of want to make his eyes a little bit more piercing, a little bit angrier. I think tiger ears are a little bit more round too, so I'm gonna push that together a little bit. There you go. I think piercing, you can really make them pierce like very, very intense if you make them very, very round and big, like this. Maybe not. Maybe it's because of the pupil in their eyes. Wait, yeah, like the pupils in their eyes. They have the same color basically everywhere, like on that part of the eye that you can see, which means you only really recognize the black part as their iris, which makes them look like super paranoid or super crazy because they have like these super small pupils. And I think that's what kind of makes them look very intense. There you go. Welcome back, Matthew. I hope you have enjoyed your weekend. Maybe you've sculpted something. Maybe you've modeled something. Maybe you haven't done either. Maybe you've done other things. Hope you enjoyed it. Glad that the model is basically done now, the Reaper model. Now we can go into some, I guess, new topics. You know, we've done modeling for a long time now. Now we can go into coloring and shading and afterwards lighting, which will be very, very interesting and very like just a new topic, you know, to sort of go over. And yeah, and then we're basically done. So it shouldn't take too much longer before we finish the project, and then we can go into other, I guess, you know, other projects. I already have some, you know, some plans. Usually I don't really like to do these super long projects very often, so this will be a rarity, I guess you could say, you know, like a project over 2 months or so. But what I would like, or what I like to do more is like project that, you know, either go like a week or maybe just a day or two, just to kind of start and you know, end it pretty quickly, because, you know, you can basically cover a topic in, you know, 2 days most of the time, so you don't really need to do it in 2 months. Of course, you can kind of show how you sort of do what you say, or sort of show practice of what you say in theory, but you can also do that over multiple projects. Can't, I'm so bad at that, but I worked at school. Ooh. You worked at school or in school? I guess you worked, like you learned. Very important. I wasn't very good at that, but even though I wasn't good at that, I was still, I guess, I still learned. I got through, that's all that matters. Okay, these shoulders are a little bit too wide, let's make them a little bit shorter. Okay, let's bring in those human bones. Welcome back, Clutch. I hope you, just like any other person, have enjoyed your weekend. Maybe you've done something you've never done before. I don't know. Bungee jumping. Maybe it's supposed to say regular weekend. Maybe even regular Monday. I'm gonna get back to that next week after my second week of vacation. Good thing is, if you basically what often happens to me is I work. I kind of get in this like after the new year, I kind of get into this sort of rhythm where I don't really think about like any vacation. I just work, you know, and then at some point, usually either in like middle of the year or a little bit later, like now, I kind of remember, hey, you can actually, you know, you can actually take time off. And then I have way more, like, way more days for the rest of the year, which means now that there are only like 2 months left, I still need to take quite a lot. So I'll probably take some maybe in November, maybe definitely December. We'll see when I'll take them. But you know, the last few months will be very, I guess, relaxing. Huge hangover. Oh no. Hope it's not too bad, or wasn't. Always drink a lot of water. Let's see. There you go. Okay. Make this huge neck to reinforce the muscularity, I guess you could say. Okay. Yeah, today we will talk about procedural textures, what you need to do, or what sort of the ingredients are for procedural textures, and then we're gonna go into, or while we do that, we create the materials for the Reaper model. I don't think we need that many, to be honest. We have like one leathery, like black leather material. We have one for the wraith. First the cloth, and then the body itself. Then we have the skin, which we could actually grab from an older file. And then we have like the gold material. Maybe a few secondary materials too, but we don't have that many, so it shouldn't take too long to really finish finish the shading part. I say that fully knowing that every time I say it doesn't take too long, it'll take the full week, but you know, maybe it's different this time. We'll see. I think the shoulders can be even closer. Yeah, that's better. Was very big. Okay. We have 9 minutes left, so quite a lot still to finish everything. Oh, that's quite a big neck. Let's make it a little bit smaller. That's better. Okay. Yeah, then, you know, I have quite a few topics that I want to do after we're done with the Reaper figurine, which I'm very excited about. Maybe even a challenge, we'll see. Like a, you know, community challenge, you could call it. We'll see what we can do. Okay. Of course, I always have the urge to do another one of these. But the good thing is, I think I've basically picked the most complicated model that I could have modeled for like my first figurine, with how many like small pieces and layers there are. You know, every time I see like another character that I think, hey, that could be like a cool figurine, I always think about how long that would take, and then I kind of think about, well, you know, most characters only have like one layer, or maybe a few more decorations that you, or like details that you need to model, but not like 2 layers of armor. Every piece looks different. Then like these small details as well. Most of them just have like yeah, I guess like a top piece, pants, which are basically pretty, or which are usually very basic or pretty simple, and then the rest, you know the character themselves is also pretty simple. Or, well, characters aren't really that complicated, really. They don't take too long. I think clothing is more what can take a while because of how detailed it could become. But now that I kind of, you know, basically did the most complicated, I can kind of gauge how long it'll take to do others that aren't as complicated. If we do another one of those, which we will probably do at some point, but we'll see when. Okay, so the body, of course, he will not be naked, so let's add some clothing here. This sort of, whatever that is, like a cape, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so what I want to try today is I want to do like a double. I want to try different techniques today for creating procedural or overall just materials for the character. I want to try working with normal like images and kind of turn them into procedural materials, as well as just using the nodes to create you know, materials for the character. Images can very easily also become part of a texture or part of a shader, either by just making them, you know, procedural. If they're, for example, like just an image of a bark or anything else, you can very easily turn them into a procedural texture if you sort of if it's a shot with very little perspective, being shot from like parallel to the material, you know, with a camera, or you know, you can also turn different textures into brushes that you can then use to create your own texture. We'll see what we'll do there. It's always refreshing to go into another part, or I guess chapter, in the model creation. Not only because you kind of know that you've finished another part, but also because it's like a change of pace, or just like a different you know, sort of workflow, which is kind of refreshing sometimes. I'm more somebody that likes to work on more projects rather than work on one project for a long time. There you go. Okay, so we need to break symmetry for the middle part, so I'm going to do that later. I'm going to add these straps first. Thank you, Ace. Welcome, Ace. I hope you enjoyed your Monday too. Welcome. This is only the quick sketch, 30 minutes, till we go to the actual topic today. I said on Friday that we will go over my environment scope that I've done some point earlier, I guess last month, as requested. But we'll probably do that either tomorrow or the day after, just because today I wanted to kind of fully focus on the topic at hand rather than splitting up the time into two topics. I think that's better. Like if I want to introduce a topic, I want to like spend all the time on that rather than splitting it up and then kind of maybe even breaking, or sort of not being able to cover everything that I want to today and then having to do it tomorrow. I would rather, you know, create or finish the introduction before I go into a different topic. Okay. He looks kind of like a teddy bear right now. Let's give him some more detail here. Create the strap. Would you have a more complex image, like a 2D image of concept art that you're making 3D? Wait. Is it possible to highlight a certain area to make a material, i.e. the hair color and shine on the conceptual art and placing it on the 3D model? You can probably do that. It'll probably just take a little bit of time, of course. But you can probably create... Yeah, I would... It's definitely possible. I would just need to think a little bit more about how you could set that up. You can project, basically, throw your texture onto your model, which you know, can kind of put that image onto the 3D model. The problem might be stretching, so you might... I think the easiest way to do that for like a full procedural, like if it's supposed to be a character that is rotatable, really, you can't really use projection too much, just because projection just throws it on to the model in the direction that you look at, which means if you then rotate your model, you can see stretching on the sides of the model. So what you would need to do is either create a hold on, let me break symmetry real quick. You can probably either create hair cards, so small texture strips that you can use to lay the hair onto the character to kind of imitate what you can see in the image. Or maybe if you don't want to rotate it, you can probably also do the first technique of procedural, sort of texture projection. It's kind of weird to sort of hear, or like texture projection is kind of like a weird name, but if you see what it does, it's probably pretty self-explanatory. It kind of throws the texture onto the model from the direction that you look at it. Okay. We have, a few seconds. How about we add some braids here real quick. There you go. Not too crazy here. Pretty wonky, but that's okay. Oh, hold on. I deactivated symmetry, so we have to do it on both sides. Okay, well, that's it, I guess. Okay, well, that kind of looks bad, but that's how it is then, I guess. Let's leave it there. If you have a more complex image, like a 2D image of concept art that you're making 3D, if I have a complex image, I would do it, well, what I like to do with 2D images that I like to turn into 3D models, I guess, is I like to reinterpret them in 3D. I'm not trying to fully 100% recreate them so that the camera basically, that the shot in your 3D view looks exactly like the model or like the image, but more in the sense where you look at the image and then you try to recreate it in 3D, how it would actually look like in 3D. So you kind of, you know, if you want to work in 3D, you kind of have to follow different rules than, for example, in 2D, you know. Like, sometimes shadows don't really look the same. You can't really recreate shadows or lights exactly how you can see them in the concept art, for example. And that's something you kind of have to either, I guess, Photoshop afterwards, or I guess just accept. You have to accept the reality, okay? There you go. He needs eyes. Let's add some eyes here. Oh, that's an interesting eye. There you go. I want to make those actually like real eyes. So I'm going to go in here and just going to add the small pupil in the middle right there. Zip. Perfect. We don't need this, do we? Nope. Perfect. Okay. Maybe they're a little bit too small, but we'll see. What do I need? I need a mirror. Perfect. Okay. I think they're too big. Let's make them smaller. Okay. It's kind of weird. Like, the model looks pretty friendly, but then you can see the eyes, and it looks way, way more, I guess, intense or crazy. But I think that's okay. There you go. Okay. The shoulders are too wide. They don't fit on in the in the camera frame. Oh, who cares? We don't need them. They look bad anyway. Let's create the frame and light the image. It looks more like a friendly sort of fast food chain restaurant or food chain mascot than some tiger warrior. But well, now we've created our own character. He's the friendly merchant running around between the villages selling catnip. Nobody likes them because there are no cats around except for him. So he's never selling anything. He's confused why nobody's buying it because he finds, you know, catnip is awesome, you know, he or for him at least, you know, he cannot understand nobody else liking it. So he just keeps on trying to sell it, but nobody wants to buy it. Okay. Let's add the lights. Do this. So what do we have here? 4. Okay, that's the main light. Wait. Make the world darker. Plunge them into darkness. There it is. Okay. Maybe we can make him look more intimidating if we place the light somewhere in the back, so it looks like his eyes are kind of covered in darkness. Makes it look more ominous. Like lighting can do a lot to really give your characters sort of a certain feel. But of course, I'm gonna use some other lights to kind of light up at least a few spots in the face, maybe even the eyes, so it doesn't look. It's not supposed to look super menacing, I guess. I think that's pretty good. Of course, he's quite soft, especially if you set it to smooth. You can see how little detail we actually have. So it's kind of harder to light him because he doesn't really have very defining features. Everything is kind of blurry. But we can kind of make up for it by using the quick sketch material. That's why I always use it. Wait, of course I always grab the quick sketch that doesn't have it. There it is. Oh. Okay. So you can see right here. Wait. Oh no, I just discovered a trick. I think. So, of course you can, in the world, you have the world shader, and you can make multiple. So you could actually very quickly switch between HDRIs without having to always switch this texture to another texture. You could just switch the shaders. I never thought about that. Well, that's pretty simple then. I just discovered a new trick to be even more efficient. Okay. See, now you can add more detail by bringing this black part here over there. And this way we can kind of bring in some darkness into the creases, which kind of highlights some areas a little bit better. I think the eyes are okay. We could maybe, what we can do is we can just make them glossy so they kind of stand out compared to the rest of the fur, I guess you could say. There you go. Okay. Oh, we need one more. The light right there. The color. Although, I don't know if I want to use the color here. I don't really know if it fits anywhere. Maybe up here. Maybe there. Okay. What should we use? I don't know what did we use the last few days? What did I use? Red, okay. Purple. Blue. Red. Oh, okay. Well, I think it's time for orange. Pretty fitting for a tiger. There you go. Okay, perfect. Let's do the first render. There you go. I switched it so you can actually see my render window instead of just having a new pop-up window. That was the previous setting. You can switch it. Oh, wait. Oh. I need to switch it. It's too rough. It's too glossy. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Oh. What did I do? I think I deleted it. Okay, perfect. Render. Yeah, you can switch between like how you want to see the rendered image. Either there's a new window that pops up, like a second window that you can, of course, move around and kind of look at it, I guess, resize it and all that. Or you can also just let it open the image viewer and render it in the original frame, I guess, where you looked at it in the 3D viewer first. Or you can... I don't know what the other option is. Hold on. So if you go into preferences, you can't see my window right now, but I think it's in viewport? No, where was it? Key map, navigation. Nope. Add-ons? No. Yeah, there's the setting is somewhere, and yeah, you can switch between in this frame as a new window or something else. There you go. Thank you, Johnny. I hope you enjoyed your Monday. Maybe even your weekend. Okay, let's do some post-processing here real quick. Good thing about this sort of technique of showing you the render is that we already have like this big sized image that we can look at and do some post-processing in. So now we can just go in here and change it. Otherwise, we've already done it down there. Of course, if we see more, then we can do some more precise, I guess, adjustment. So I kind of like it to have it on the big frame. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Let's do the final render. There you go. Edit interface. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Temporary edit. Oh, there it is. Yep. Thank you, Lego. Appreciate it. Hope you've enjoyed your weekend. I see, you know, you've shared your work. Are you still trying to sort of perfect that model, or are you just, you know, or what's sort of your plan right now? Trying out new workflows or different techniques, or, you know, just going into other topics, or, you know, I guess this time you've kind of tried basing or placing the lights in and around the character instead of just placing them somewhere and kind of including them in the scene. And then, of course, you ask for some, I guess, improvements on the model as well. Yeah, there it is. So you can say render an image editor, keep user interface. What is that? Images are rendered without changing the user. Oh, so you can render it without seeing it. You can render it in a maximized image editor. You can render them in the image editor, which pops up like what we have now, or you can render them in a new window, a pop-up window. There are a few more settings here, but who cares? Oh, you can do the same for the file browser too. Trying to push it further. So you're more somebody that likes to work on a project for a long time. You know, as you say, push it more further and further. I'm more somebody that likes to create like more projects. Like I like to spend my time on and split it up into multiple projects. You like to spend all your time on one, so you can focus on that for a long period of time, I guess. Quick sketch day 2, 5, 3. Okay. This is my long-term one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I always like to... So, what I like to do is I like to have... of course, the project that we're currently working on is a little bit different. But what I like to do is I like to have different... I like to have like 2 to 3 projects at once. Which would be a long-term project and then either a mid-term project or maybe 2 short-term projects, maybe just one, so that I can switch between them. If I don't know, if you're, for example, getting bored of one, I can go to the other, work on that, or I can just, you know, work on one for the entire time, depending on how I feel at that moment. I think that's kind of a good mix, because if you only work on one project, you can kind of sort of get into the, you can sort of, you want to work on something, but then you kind of force yourself to work on the long-term projects, which can kind of burn you out. So it's, I think in my opinion, always a good thing to have like a second project too. I learned stuff on it that I can bring to other stuff and vice versa, yeah. So, of course, you know, sometimes you need to work on a model or on a project for a long time so that you can actually go into very, very specific topics that you can't really go into right from the beginning. Like, for example, I don't know, texture baking or optimizing geometry. You know, first you need a model that you can optimize before you can optimize the geometry. First you need to create the textures before you can bake them, or bump map baking and all that stuff. You know, you need to create something first before you can go into these topics, or you, I guess, grab another person's project. But I always like to make my own, because in my opinion, or what I always think about is, I could grab a project from another person, but I could also do the project myself entirely, which maybe takes a little bit more time, but maybe I run into a problem that I wouldn't have run into before, that I can then solve and learn from, you know, that wouldn't have happened if I didn't do it myself. Okay. Let's do some post-processing here, and then we can go into the main topic. So, first of all, selective color correction. There you go. White, maybe a little bit, nope, maybe not. Maybe -3, okay? And then here, nope, I'm going to set it to 0. There you go. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, I want to add some of this too. There you go. Just make the colors a little bit more saturated. I use this one instead of saturation because saturation is very, very strong. This one is more subtle. I don't really know the difference between them, but it kind of works a little bit more smoothly. It's good to be able to do it all from scratch. Yeah, the problem that I kind of, you know, the problem with that is, you know, sometimes you just want to, you kind of already know Like, for example, you want to improve on, for example, how to sculpt like minor like a bump map, or you want to create how you sculpt pores for a character. You want to sculpt, or you want to do that. You want to learn that. Then what you have to do is you have to first sculpt a character to learn that. But sometimes you don't want to do that. You just want to improve on what you want to do. And then it's kind of always the struggle, like, oh well, I can do that. You know, I can create my own that maybe takes a little bit longer, but I could run into problems. But you kind of already know what you need to do, and if there are problems, you can probably figure them out pretty easily. And it's always like the struggle whether or not you want want to save time to do what you actually want to do, or you spend a little bit more time to go through the entire process again. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's always the struggle. Okay. Circular dependency detected. Just got that as I was baking out a UDIM. If you bake, that's probably in your shader. What happens is if you make how I had that before too. So what it basically means is that the you linked a texture to the shader, and you basically bake the texture that you linked in the shader, which means that you basically try to grab. So baking basically means, well, I want to have this procedural texture, like this is the procedural texture, my hand. you want to grab this look and you want to put it on a texture. But if this texture is the texture that you want to grab the image from, then it's basically a loop. Like, well, I want to grab this as the image. Well, where do I get it from? From here. Okay, I'm gonna grab it from here. But where am I getting it from? I'm gonna get it from here, but well, it doesn't work because, you know, there's circular dependency. It's a paradox, basically. If you follow the sort of the line of command, you always run in a circle. So there's probably like a link problem that happened there. Are you baking back onto a texture that's used in the bake? I think it all depends on what you want to do. If you're like if you're showing off what you can do with personal work, it's nice to be able to say it's all from scratch. Yeah. Yeah, of course. If you do something what is it, professional, you try to do it as quickly as possible, which means you need to, you know, cut corners as efficiently as possible. Efficiently meaning you do it in a way where it's as quick as possible, but also looks as good as possible. You try to find a balance between the two. It's for a job or something, there's no reason to spend the extra time. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I, for example, for the only real like client project where I used 3D, where I needed to recreate or replace floor from shooting images, I didn't create a car I didn't create a car model. I didn't create a character to pose them in front of the camera so I can get the shadows right. I just grabbed them from the internet, you know, and shaped them in a way where it worked. I know why. I just wrought, I'd say. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Hustler. I hope you had, you know, hope your weekend wasn't too stressful. Hopefully there were no boomers trying to not learn how to set up, I don't know, the internet, how to delete, you know, they wonder why they deleted the internet, and you're trying to solve it for them. Okay, quick sketch is ready. Let's not waste any more time. I'm gonna upload it, and then we're gonna go to creating procedural textures in Blender for the Reaper model. We don't need to do that many, so let's focus on each one of them to make them look as good as possible. One smug smiling kitty It's not smug. It's very happy to see you, okay? Very, very happy. It needs some scratches. It might be bigger than you, but it still needs some scratches. Some petting, okay? Needs to be petted. Pet. Is it pet or petted? I guess pet. Petted sounds weird. Okay. Gonna show you the model. Hold on. I'm gonna show it to you after the compilation. So I'm gonna see you in 3 minutes, and then we're gonna begin with the materials. So hope you enjoy the compilation. I'm gonna see you in, you guessed it, in 3 minutes. Okay. I completely forgot that we need to drink. Okay? You need to drink too. You need to hydrate just like me. Just as I need to do it. You need to do it too. So, it's time to sip some water, and then we're gonna go to the good old model that we've seen for far too long now. Supposedly it's better to drink while you're sitting than standing, but we're gonna ignore these tips, okay? We're not gonna follow the norm every time. Okay, apparently we have a 1 second delay. I don't know where that's coming from, but apparently that's what we have here. But we're still gonna continue anyway, okay? Now you're gonna see what I do a second later, but I don't think you're gonna notice it. Well, if you, I guess, type something, I guess it's gonna come in a second later. But if you're on YouTube anyway, it's gonna come in like a half a minute later anyway. So it's not really like a big difference. Okay, there it is. So I worked on the Wraith clothing. You can see it's still kind of blocky right now. No, you can see it right here. Oh, still pretty blocky. But that's what I'm gonna do off stream too. I'm gonna add these small, I guess, tears and cuts and small, I guess, you know, the damage on the edges. I'm gonna do that at some point. Right now these edges are way too smooth. We're gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that off stream. That's not going to be the focus for today. Focus will be to turn this into color. This is Eevee right now. What I'm probably going to use though for the final render is cycles. So let's switch to cycles and then we can create the materials. Cycles is of course more realistic in terms of its lighting. And also, as far as I know so far, procedural textures don't work in Eevee. I'm not planning on using procedural textures, but I like to use cycles, and that's why I'm going to use it. So let's use cycles. So we're going to turn this. Hold on. Needs to load again. Come on. There it is. We're going to turn this into a colored model. There are a few limitations. Yeah, I don't like to use those limitations, or I don't like to walk around those, so we're not going to use it. I found a pretty interesting I've seen that technique before, but I found a good technique for fur, for example, using an image texture. How you can create fur that is actually three-dimensional using image textures. It is pretty simple, but you're gonna have to know how it's set up. It's basically like a 3-layer system of the same texture, and then you use different, what is it called? Like different color ramps to minimize the amount of fur that is visible, which means that you're gonna have this layer where it's the thickest at the bottom and then the thinnest at the top, which makes it look three-dimensional, which is pretty cool. It's worth making them once you're done. Yeah. What did I save? I don't know. Okay. So as I said before in the quick sketch, the good part about this is that most of the model is already basically is one and the same piece of like the same material. This chest plate, this maybe not the leather strap, but probably the arms. Same for the pants. Same for probably here on these armor pieces. They are all made out of this black material, and I think what we're going to use for that is like a leathery material, maybe like a fine leather, not like a rough leather, but more like fine leather. Yeah, that's going to be the material for that, which means we can basically cover probably like 50% or so of that model with just one material. Maybe we're going to create a few variations of it to kind of, I guess, you know, make it look better on different pieces, but that's going to be the sort of main material. We can probably begin with that. We also have these small pieces here, these small, I guess, whatever you want to call them, these details. What we will probably do with those is we're just going to use a texture to mask them. We're going to use a mask texture to separate them from the rest of the material, so we can create two materials that we can then apply. We can then apply the gold material to this piece. That's going to be, we're going to do that too. It would be nice to see a series where you turn simple objects into 3D textures in the most optimized way, like creating a leaf with somewhat natural shapes, colors from a plane, etc. Wait, so you... Hold on. When I see a series where you turn simple objects into 3D textures. Do you mean images into 3D textures? Like creating a leaf with somewhat natural shapes and colors from a plane? Or do you mean... Oh, do you mean using material, using models and then turning those models into a texture? UVs? No, I haven't created UVs yet. That's going to be part of the process. We're going to begin with the chest plate and then we're going to go from there. Let me just quickly see, where's the armature? Where's the armature? There it is. Okay, I don't like to see those bones. What is this? Oh. There you go. Everything needs to be in order. Whoa. Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, let's begin with the chest piece. I'm gonna separate it from everything else so we can only see this. And let's work on this. Of course it's posed right now, but that shouldn't be a big problem. We can also just deactivate it if we have it separated anyway. There you go. Takes a little bit. There you go. Now we can work on it. Simple first scene where everything is created manually from procedural textures. So I've done a long-term project before, where I kind of went through the process, where I kind of went through my workflow of how I create procedural textures. It's probably been 3 or 4 months. It was the MSI Creator Award. There should be a playlist on my channel for that. In the end, we've created materials like a marble material or like a gold leaf material. Maybe that's something you could look into. You could watch. But I haven't really done like a 3D modeling with nodes. That's like a procedural modeling, or what is it, vertex modeling? I haven't done that yet. I don't really know how that works. Well, I kind of know how it works, but I would need to look more into it and kind of, try it out myself. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is I want to create a mask for these things, so we can separate them from the rest of the model. We also have this part here, the outside rim. I think that's also gold, so we're gonna need to include that in the mask too. If we look at the the geometry, of course we just created like we've just retopologized it, automatic retopologized it. We use automatic retopology to retopologize it. So it's not optimal, but it's better than having to spend another, I don't know, 3 hours to retopologize it. Would probably not take that long, but still. Better to just use a button and click that to get the UV than having to do it yourself. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create a mask for these gold pieces. We're going to create a mask that separates the gold from the black. But you could do a lot of that masking with vertex colors depending on the topology. Well, yeah, the topology isn't really that great on this one. Right there, you can see. So we need to at least use it on this one. The good part about the other pieces is... Oh, hello. You can see it. Basically, all the other armor pieces, except for the pants, are polymodeled. So if we look at this, for example, you can already see I've separated the gold from the rest, because the topology allows me to do that. I should have probably polymodeled the chest piece too. Too bad I thought about that too late. So we need to do it for this chest piece. But I think everything else is already basically ready to be... well, it doesn't really need a mask to turn to remove the gold from the black. We can just apply the materials. So let's begin with this and create the first texture. What we need here is not the image, the object or 3D view. We need either the image view we can probably use the image view or UV. No, we probably... Well, yeah, first of all, we need to UV unwrap it, because every time we want to apply textures to a 3D model, we need to tell the 3D program how the 3D model... No, we need... Yeah, how the texture will be applied to the 3D model. It can't just do it on its own. Basically like trying to... It's like turning a piece of paper into a cube. You have a certain shape that you need to cut out so that you can fold it into a cube. That is basically what you do in with every piece or with every 3D model that you want to UV unwrap. You try to figure out how you can basically use, or you can cut it out of a piece of paper so that you can bring it back into its 3D shape. So what we need to do is we need to apply, or we need to use seam lines to, yeah, UV unwrap it. What we need to look out for is that we don't have very visible seams. UVs let you tell it exactly what you want. Yeah, I mean, of course, it does it by its own. Don't be so exact, okay? Of course, you can always just apply textures, but even if you do that, there's a standard sort of, I guess, application sort of way that the textures get applied, but even then, the program does it automatically. So even though you don't do it, the program does it by itself. I thought about it too, but I left that out. Hold on, what is this? What is this? Oh no, okay. The good thing with procedural textures is that procedural textures don't necessarily need UV textures, which is good in the sense that you can work faster and you can apply the same material to the two different models, and you don't need to set up the UVs every time. You can just change the procedural texture to make it look however you want it to look like, which you can probably imagine can be quite convenient. Oh, we're probably going to do a mix between both. We're probably going to use procedural textures mostly for like dirt or small cuts or grime and all that stuff, and then afterwards we're going to use more detailed textures. We're probably going to use images just to kind of make them look more realistic, more easily. With procedural textures, they might take a little bit longer to set up, but they also in the long run save you more time. So it's kind of like you kind of have to think about, well, do I want to spend more time now, or is it worth spending, is it worth spending more time in the beginning so I can save some more time later, or do I really only need it for this one piece and it's better to just use a quick image texture, for example, to do it. So I'm going to put this line here, the first seam line, just because in this crease we don't really see it. We don't really see that there's like a line, or that there's like a weird seam in between. And we also, it might, actually be sort of logical that there's like leather being sewn together, which means the texture on a real piece would look different anyway. Gonna do that on this side too. If you hold Shift and Control, and then you click on another edge that isn't selected, it basically finds the shortest path to that edge, or to that vertice, whatever you've selected, vertice, face, or edge, and connects, creates a straight line to that selection, which can be quite handy. You can also, if you've, for example, done something like you select every second edge, you can, I think, press Shift Control Plus to continue that sort of pattern, if that's something you want to do. Of course, for seam lines, that's not really very useful, but for other stuff, it could be useful. For modeling, for example. Wait, I lost my line. There it is. Okay. Yeah, you can use seams pretty well also to create, like, you can use them purposefully to create, you could use the seams to create different, looks, for example. Mark seam, so you press U, and then you can see UV mapping, you press mark seam, and then there's a red line indicating that that's where the model will be cut. So now we have two pieces. If we go into the UV editor, oh, there you go. And then we select everything. Oh, hold on. We select everything. And then, wait, why can't we see it? Hold on, there's something missing. I guess we have to go to render result? No. Let's stay here. What we can do now is we can press U, and then we can say unwrap. Now it unwraps it only using the cut that we've put in the middle. Probably gonna look horrible. We'll see. There you go. So that's the current unwrap. You can see it tried to place. It cut the model into two pieces, and then it tried to turn it into a 2D object. So it basically just ripped it open, I guess, on the open, like on the split right here, and like sort of pushed it onto this 2D plane. We have this here. I don't know what that is, where that's coming from. But that's only the first seam. We're going to add a few more seams, and then this will look less like a circle, more like these parts here. We need tight on texture space to keep transition sharp. Yeah, you can use them in various ways to make your life easy, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Of course, the texture, I mean the edge flow isn't perfect for great seamless textures, but it's good enough. We will see procedural textures are more prone to show sort of seams. No, wait, no, not procedural textures. Normal textures are more prone to show actual seams in a texture. Procedural textures are, procedural because they don't require UVs necessarily. Well, they still require UVs, but they I don't know how to describe it. They hold on, there you go. They can work more freely with them, let's say. They're more based on math rather than the texture space. Yeah, I need one more around the edge. The problem is the edge flow doesn't really follow the edge necessarily. It kind of wraps around it. But yeah, we'll set it up. Yep, true. Hold on. I probably don't need this one. Let's just do one around here. Okay. Oh, it looks pretty good. Well, this one looks kind of bad, but we can probably change that. If you left click, double left click, you can select the entire edge. Let's fix some areas here, and then we basically have a pretty good, or an okay seam line here on the side, which should probably turn this into a pretty good 2D object into okay UVs, let's say. I want to stay on the edge right there, just to kind of reduce the stretching on the UVs. Oh, hello. There you go. See how it now turns all the way into the middle right there? I kind of want to avoid that, so I'm trying to stay on this edge here. I'm going to go a little bit further, maybe all the way to there, and then I can go into Oh no, wait, what? Why does it do that? That's interesting. Sometimes the path finding is kind of weird. Oh, because I have selected something down there. Okay. There you go. See, it did it again. Unbelievable. These pathfinders these days. Oh, that's, there you go. We go all the way to here. There, and then we can go into the middle. What we can then do is we can just remove the other half, the other side, and then we can mirror them. We can mirror the selection on the right side to the other side. Good thing is, it is mirrored, otherwise it wouldn't work. The geometry needs to be mirrored, so you can mirror the selection to the other side. So I'm going to remove everything here, all the way to the seam. Then we can go to select mirror, extend. And it doesn't work because I don't know. Hell yeah, why does it not work? The geometry is supposed to be symmetrical. Apparently it's not. Oh. Well, let's go back then and just fix the spots that we that I fix on the other side. Oh, hold on. Let me activate this real quick. There you go. Okay. Y-axis. Oh, yeah, maybe. Let's see. Nope. Didn't work. Z. Nope. Unfortunately, that was not the key. Okay. We don't really need to do it exactly like the other side, so I'm just gonna kind of wing it. That should work too. I think we went this way. There you go. Down here. Nice. Stay on that edge. Go this way. That's why good setup UVs are so valuable. You can save so much time. But of course, we saved a lot of time when we used automatic retopology, so you can't really complain too much. No, you always lose in some area. Blender always robs your time in some area. If it's not in retopology, it's in something else. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, so now we're gonna put in one more. Wait. What is it? Mark C. Select everything, unwrap. There are some automatic retopology, automatic UV settings too, but you know, if you want to have perfect, flawless UVs, you need to set them up yourself. Let's see. One thing we can do to see if there's a lot of stretching in these textures, because of course, if you want to turn like this, sort of this piece here into 2D, it can be that there's a lot of stretching in these UVs, because it tries to put it onto a 2D plane, which kind of means that it needs to stretch and squash some of these faces, some of the geometry, which can look weird in the texture themselves, because the texture then gets stretched. Let's see. How do we activate it again? Should be right here, right? View. Is it in... No, it's... Hold on, where do I see it again? Box select. Hold on. Let me just quickly see how I can enable thingy again, the stretching. Minimize stretch. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Dude, I'm getting scammed. Let me just quickly look it up. Blender UV show stretching. Stretching. Is there a way to show distribution of UVs as a heat map? Nope. Well, probably, I guess. There it is. 6 months ago? Okay. UV image editor while in edit mode, hit N button to display properties panel and display section enable stretch. Okay. N. Display. Well, there is no... Oh, there it is. Okay. But there's no stretch. Why? That's always the worst. Trying to find a setting that you use every time you use that tool, but because you don't use it that often, you always need to look it up. Wait, what did I do? Okay. Is it in UV editor? It must be. Wait. No. No. Every time. Wait. UV editor panel, go to the top right and you will find a drop down named display. Oh. Wait. Here? No. No. Ah. There it is. Now we got it. Yep, got it. Thank you. Okay. You can see everything is pretty much blue. You can see some green areas. Blue means no stretching, no squashing. Red means like a lot of stretching and squashing, the maximum amount, I guess you could say. But because everything is pretty much blue, we can leave it that way. We don't need to add any more seams. This piece right here, where is it? There it is. We're not going to see it anyway, so we don't need to really go into that. That's an interesting edge. Okay. I mean, I guess it works. Okay. Yeah. So now we have everything set up. The UVs are ready. Wait, what did we say before? For front view. Box select everything. You mean like this? Or do you mean like this? Problem is, I don't know why, but it doesn't select everything, which is kind of weird. Let's do it again. I don't know why it doesn't do that, but I guess there you go. Wait, can we just do that in this view? Yeah. Everything is selected. Nope, it's not, because Blender is stupid. Okay, now just to try, I guess, what was the plan? Hold on, front view, box select boundary loop. What is that? Is it in here? Select boundary loop. Okay. I guess that works. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it would probably work if we would refine, or, you know, we could just remove all the selections that aren't selected now, and we could use that too. That's a cool trick that we could use sometime later, maybe. There's one more piece that we need to, I guess, mask. No, we don't. But we need to UV unwrap it. Okay, yeah, it kind of worked, but now it's too late, I guess. Let's just use what we have. Okay, let's create the first texture, the mask, so we can separate the gold from the black. This is a button. We don't need this. We're going to need a new texture. So let's set up a quick new shader. There it is. We have black. I'm probably going to just make a new one because we have more textures on this piece's material than on other materials. I'm going to make a unique chest plate material, which we can't apply to anything else, but you know, that's kind of how it works, I guess. Okay, so what we basically want to do is we want to have two materials in here in the shader. So we want to have one that is for the black, that is being used for the black leather, right there, black leather. And the other one will be used for the gold. The gold, hold on, the gold. There you go. The gold. Looks very gold, right? There you go. The gold. So we need to create a material, a texture that can basically separate the two. And the easiest way we can do that is we can use a shader, mix shader. We plug those in right here. Both. We put that into the output node. Now you can see they get mixed because it's a mix shader. So if you set it to 0, we can see full gold. If you set it to 1, you can see full black. So the numbers 1 to 0 will also be be represented by the gradient from black to white. So black is 1, black is 0, and white is 1. So what we want to do is we want to create a material, a texture, that basically has black spots on these small pieces right here, on these details and on the rim, I guess. And then everything else should be white. So you can separate the two materials. So that's what we're going to set up first. Now that we've set up the UVs, we can now create a texture. So we're going to just make an image texture, put that in there, make a new one. Doesn't need to be too big. I guess we can set it to 2K. That should be good enough. There you go. Let's call it chest piece mask. That should be good. Okay, we're going to make it white because most of the texture needs to be white. And there you go. Now we can go into chest piece mask. Oh, wait. Oh, the texture. I changed. Wait, okay, I forgot to change the. There it is. Need it to be 2 times 2. There you go. Okay. Chest piece mask white. There you go. I think now it's called Yo01. Let's just quickly delete the old one. Textures, texture, no. Where are the temporary textures saved? I guess we can just save this one. Yeah. Let's go to chest piece mask 1. Let's save it real quick. So it's actually chest piece mask nothing. There it is. So we're gonna make a new folder in here. You can't see what I'm seeing. Hold on. There you go. What I like to do is I like to make a new folder in here. I have my render images right here in this render folder, material for all the references, brushes for, you can probably guess for what, and then backup for all the old files. I'm going to make a new one, call that textures. Naming conventions, as you probably know by now, can be very helpful. So naming all your textures, maybe even using different folders for different pieces can be a good, way to make your life easier. What I like to do is I like to say version 1A. If I think I might change the texture later, then I can just go to, I can change the texture and then I can call it version 1B. I don't think that's necessary for the mask because the mask is quite clear. Wait, there you go. Okay, save the texture and now it's still called 001. Why? Let's just select it here. How do we delete the old one. Where is it saved? Images? Ah. There you go. Okay. Let's open it up. It's... Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to delete it here as well. Now. There it is. Okay. So, that's the texture, completely white. You're gonna see changes once I work or, you know, apply color to the texture. So I'm gonna go into image viewer. I don't know, I like the image viewer more than the UV editor. And then we're gonna leave it at view. We can also change the texture in here if we want to. We can go to paint and then we can paint on this texture in this view as well, in the 2D view. We want to paint in the 3D view though. So we're gonna keep it on view. I'm gonna stay in the material preview. I'm gonna plug the chest piece mask. Not in there, hold on. Lag, there it is. What I want to do is I want to plug, I'm going to just put it right there. I'm going to put that in the factor, the number that controls how much of each material or material node will be shown. Plug that in there. Now we should see only black. There you go. Now what we can do is we can go into the texture paint and we can change the texture. So we're going to go to here. We can probably enable this because this will give us the exact shape that we're going to work on, basically, that we're going to see in the end. And then we can go in here and we can change the brush if we need to. We want to paint with black, so we need to switch it to black. And then we're going to grab the good old pen. Of course, you can use a mouse kit too. And then you can just paint on here. Might lag. There you go. And now we can see the gold underneath the black. Because now we paint with with black on this white texture. We show the other material. Because we now paint with a factor of 0, which means that gold will be shown. The gold will be visible. So we're going to create the mask for all the gold pieces. And that's basically how a mask works. The mask tells you, hey, black, you see this, or white, you see the other one. Wait, do I have strength enabled? I do. I don't like to use strength when I use texture painting, just because if I disable it and I want to create a mask without gradients, I like to disable it because there's no use for gradients, you know? So I don't need to press too much with my pen onto the tablet to paint with the maximum amount. Then what I would have to, if I would not disable pressure. Okay, you can see I've kind of drawn over the lines, so I can correct it right here. Of course, you can see it is a little bit pixelated. It is I'm very, very close to it right now, of course. But if you wanted to have a more, I guess, a less pixelated texture, you would just increase the texture resolution. If you think about creating creating humans or robots or anything like that, basically having a model that maybe requires more resolution in one area and less resolution in another area, you're probably better off using UDIMs. You could also just use a texture that has like 16,000. Oh, it's actually mirror. That's nice. Like 16,000 times 16,000. But in that case, it would probably be easier, or save some resources if you would just basically separate the different UVs into different basically textures that get applied to different parts of the model, so you can have a lot of resolution in one area, for example, for the face of the character, and then a lot less in areas like the body. You can also make the more detailed parts bigger on the UV sheet. Yeah, you can do that too. Another, of course, benefit of using UVs is that you know, it's everything is sort of a little bit you know, easier to see. You because you have multiple textures that are basically like you have a grid of texture images, you can sort of allocate different UVs to different textures, which can make it easier to see what is what. So if you have a very, very detailed model like a robot, you can see, oh, well, this texture is called lights. And now you can see all the UVs from the lights are in that lights UV image or on that UV texture. Wait, oh yeah. Wait, no. It kind of lags when I apply the brush first and then it works very smoothly. I wonder if that's why. I wonder if that's because I use the high resolution model. Which shouldn't really be the case because we don't really change the model itself. But maybe the display is kind of lagging. I never like to use, or I never really use, what is it? Radius pressure sensitivity. Just because I don't really create like brush strokes where I require different strengths while doing the same brush stroke. So I always disable it because I like to see how big my brush is when I look at the cursor. Which is not really the case if I use pressure sensitivity on the brush in the brush settings. I think this is the only piece where we need to do this. And the other ones we can work with more, I guess, dynamic texture, materials. There you go. Good thing is I have created gold materials quite often now, so I can just grab the material from older projects and then I can explain how I did it. We're definitely going to create the leather material from scratch. But, you know, if I already have made a gold material quite often, why not use that one? Okay. Of course, texture painting can take a while, especially if you want to create very, very, I guess, detailed textures by yourself, like painting them rather than creating procedural textures. Because you need to be very deliberate with your, I guess, brush strokes. But the mask isn't super, super detailed, so we can be a little bit more loose. Let's see. One thing you can do to really make sure that everything has the same value or that the colors are actually like they appear in the in this view right now, I like to use this view to see what the material actually does. So for example, you can do the same for bump maps. You can turn on material preview, and then if you paint in material preview, you paint a custom bump map, you can see the bumps immediately on the model, which of course can be very useful in, you know, when you want to create these bump maps. You don't see just black and white values. You actually see how your brushstrokes affect the actual look of your model. What can happen though is because the model is already shaded and you can kind of see the, I guess, sort of rendered model. It can look better than it actually is. So for example, if you want to have very, very specific colors in a certain area, what you can do is you can go back to solid view. Here you can see what the map actually looks like, and you can see, oh, there's white missing. You know, we have some white here that is still not black. So we can't really see that in wireframe view. You can see it right there. It's not really there. You can see it either in here, or what you can also try, there's still shading in this view because of the matte cap that is applied. You can then enable, you can set it from studio lighting to flat, and then you can see the pure color of the texture. This way you can see, well, you can see, oh, there is some, this is not perfectly black, and there are some white spots. So why don't we just go in here and make it perfectly black? If you want to be very, very precise with your textures, or you have to be, you know, you can just do that to see in which areas you either, you know, miss some areas, or you know, need to work on a little bit more, or you can also just kind of check what the actual map looks like. There you go, perfectly black. There are some spots right here. Of course, you can also argue that these spots are kind of useful. You can kind of say, well, there might be, you know, like, I guess, damage on that gold material. You know, they're like surface imperfections, but I think we can also just create surface imperfections later. I'm not going to go over everything. I'm just going to do it in very easy spots right here. For example, the edge seems to be like a candidate where there seems to be, it seems to be quite quite loose. Sometimes there's white, sometimes not. I mean black, sometimes there's not. Of course, what you can see is the shapes of the model, but that's not really what you should use this view for. Okay, let's go back to Studio. You can also use matte cap. I like to use Studio most of the time. Of course, matte cap can give you different looks on your model that matte cap, I mean, Studio can't give you. There you go. I went to the movie theater this weekend with a friend, and we've watched the new James Bond movie. I'm not going to spoil anything, but it was interesting seeing. So basically, there aren't really that many movies that you can watch in movie theaters right now, just because, you know, everybody kind of realized that nobody really goes into the theaters right now because of the current situation, and so they all kind of made it, I think. So you can, I think you can buy online tickets so you can watch the movie when it comes out, like at home. And which means that the, I guess, posters in the cinema or in the movie theater look very different. Everything was basically James Bond. when I tried to order the tickets. The only real movie that I could pick, or I would look into the list of when it gets, you can watch it, like the watch times, when they would show it. And it was basically every 15 minutes there would be James Bond in another theater. Like, hey, 2015, no, 20 o'clock, no, 8 o'clock p.m. James Bond. And then hey, movie theater 8, 2050, and then hey, 2030. It's like every 50 minutes basically. And all the posters are basically only James Bond, which was kind of weird. All you could see was James Bond. I'm gonna go over the edge right here. I'm gonna go into the middle right there. Theoretically, the edge would have a similar look on the other side too, but it's not really, we can't really see behind it, so we only need to wrap around with the mask like that, and then we're basically good. We don't need to be very, very exact with it. Welcome, Shabahan. Hope you enjoyed your Monday. Maybe you just woke up. Maybe you're from America. Or maybe you're already late in your day, like me, in the evening. What's better, dynamic topology topo or voxel remesh? I like to use dynamic topology. Just because with dynamic topology, you don't lose any volume. Dynamic topology, of course, means that you only retopologize or remesh, basically, or you add more detail, more geometry to two parts of your sculpt when you want. You don't, for example, with retopology, you apply or you retopologize the entire mesh. With dynamic topology, you can basically do that locally. The good part about dynamic topology is you can preserve volume. So for example, or details. If you want to, for example, model teeth, what can oftentimes happen is if your your retopo settings are too low, or sometimes it just happens anyway. What can happen is that the geometry isn't being placed in a way where, for example, teeth, which are very thin and sharp, they can get lost because the volume doesn't necessarily get. I think retopology looks more at the surface rather than the volume, which means it just places points on the surface. You say how many points, and then it connects these into a geometry, which means that if there's like a sharp object, it may place them here, like here, 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 but not at the top, which means that the top just gets cut off. You can avoid that using dynamic topology. 1 AM? Oh no. Yeah, so you already almost need to get to sleep or get to bed. Yeah, I like dynamic topology. At least to a certain point. When it comes to details, dynamic topology can be more laggy because the more resolution you want to add, the more you need to subdivide basically the geometry. And of course, the higher the geometry, the more you need to subdivide. And subdivisions can be quite taxing on your computer. So if you want to add if you want to sculpt very, very detailed stuff, what I would do is I would create the rough sculpt, and then I would retopologize it in a way where it has good topology, and then I would like topology that follows the facial structure, and then I would sculpt with multi-resolution. Multi-resolution lets you basically add more subdivision layers and sculpt in these layers. And there you go, we've created the mask. So yeah, the mask is ready. to be used. Let's go back to solid view. No, we can go to rendered view. Takes a little bit. You can see now how the texture image, the texture in the image editor has changed. You can now see how there are these lines because we have painted on the texture. That is now the mask texture. You can see nothing changed because we need to save the texture and then it should show. So if we press save, nothing happens, or we might need to plug it in again. There you go. Now we have a nice gold and black mask. So now we can create the two materials that we need for this piece. The first one being a black leather material, the other one being the gold material. I'm going to grab the gold material first, and then we're going to create the black leather material. I'm going to delete it. Nope, I'm not going to delete it just yet. Let me quickly see where I can find... Oh, there you go. Where I can find my material. It's been a while. Nope, it's been in March? Earlier than March? No, in March. There it is. Okay, March. I'm gonna append it. Wait, do I have it? I might have it in my collection. Hold on. Resources, shader, gold? No, I have glass, fabric, scratches, and skin. Okay. There it is. Okay. This one here. So this one is a sort of stylized gold, but we can make it, I guess, less stylized. Material, there you go. We need gold. Okay. Now, of course, we have a separate material, but we can just copy the gold shader nodes into this material. There we go. I'm gonna copy it first, and then I'm gonna explain what I did. Wait, is there an image texture for what? Oh, asphalt. Okay, I guess we could use that. Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna copy this. Copy. Go back to black. Yeah. There you go. And I'm gonna copy it in here, and I'm gonna replace the upper principal BSDF node. There you go. And now we have a nice gold shader with details too. If we go into material preview, it's probably easier to see. Let me drink something real quick. Need to refill my bottle after this. Okay. Whenever I try to sculpt, it becomes pixelated. Kind of what should I do? What should I do? Should I remesh or subdivide? I'm new, so it becomes a bit complicated. You can, if you want to have a general, I guess, overview over how I, for example, create my sculpts, you can probably watch the let me just quickly show it to you. No, if you go into the description of this stream, you should find a link to my videos channel. The most recent video, or the second most recent video, well, one of my most recent videos is about how I turn 2D images into 3D models. And in that you can see, I explain how I do it. I basically use, when I go into sculpting, hold on. So when I go into sculpting, you have different settings here, and I use dynamic topology right here, Dyne Topo. I enable that, and then you can switch from relative detail right here in the detailing setting. You can switch from relative detail to constant detail. What I do is I like to work with 20 resolution to lay out the basic shapes. And then if I want to go higher in resolution, I set it to 50. And then if I want to go even higher, I set it to 100. And that should be basically cover everything. If I want to go very, very, very detailed, I might go to 150 to 300. But 220 to 100 should, so I guess, you know, cover most scopes. Yeah. So I use constant detail with 20, then 50, and then 100 resolution. Especially with 20, it can become very pixelated. But in the 20 resolution range, I only really try to set up the basic shapes, try to make the scope sort of look like what I want it to look like in the end. And then with 50, I try to kind of refine these shapes. And with 100, I like add smaller details like wrinkles for characters, for example, or clothing. Okay. Oh, yeah. So let's look at the material. You can see it right here. It has some small bumps on it. Might be too much right now. I don't think it's too much necessarily. I think it is too big. So we can see right here what I use for these bumps is an asphalt texture. This texture I just grabbed from 3D Haven, I think it's called, or Pixel Haven. It's basically a website that gives you, or that I guess provides procedural textures, like photorealistic textures, procedural model, no, not models, 3D models, as well as HDRIs for free. So if you ever need textures, you can go there, or HDRIs or models. I grabbed this asphalt texture from there, and a very easy way to create good looking and realistic looking scratches and bumps and all that stuff is to use image textures. For example, like asphalt, or maybe even like sand or beach textures. What I basically did here is I grabbed this. That's what the asphalt texture looks like. Just like these small bumps, of course. And what I've then applied to it is this color ramp. This color ramp basically separates it into these smaller chunks, which looks kind of like, you know, imperfections, small bumps, or maybe even these scratches right here. If I go in here and I change this color ramp, you can see I can kind of make it more realistic, or kind of more, I can kind of create this gradient right there, like this. I could also move this black over here somewhere to kind of expose more of this white area, but I kind of want to keep it in where I had it before. So I have some bumps, I have some sort of stripes right there, or some scratches, you know, which kind of makes it look like a damaged gold material. There you go. And then we can go to, we plug that into a bump map. We put that into the gold principal BSDF material, and then we have a gold material with bumps. What we can then do is we can go to the mapping node of that bump map, and we can increase the scale. If we set that to 1, the bumps get smaller. So we can make them probably even smaller, maybe 1.5. I think that's pretty good. Now we can have some nice little bumps right there. If it's too much, we can just go back into the color ramp and bump it up even more. There you go. I think that's pretty good. What we don't have right now is, I guess, positive bumps. What I mean by that is basically the bumps only, like there are only scratches on the surface right now. Everything is smooth except for the parts where it's, you know, kind of where there's an indent. What we could do is we could also bring in sort of small bumps, but I think only having scratches might work quite well. One thing you need to consider is that in this view, in material preview, oftentimes you can see bumps better than in rendered view. Let's see if that's the case here. Well, do we have a, yeah. Takes a little bit. There it is. Oh, the bumps look pretty good. Now you can see we have small imperfections on the surface. We can still change them if we need to, but I'm going to leave them like this for now. Because I want to go... Oh, what I've done here is I've used a few more textures to kind of... Well, we have one texture for the bump maps, so we have some surface imperfections. Then we have a Musgrave texture. Let's see what that's for. For the roughness. Yeah, we're going to go into why I did that for the leather texture. This is basically just to create some variation on the surface. So I used a Musgrave texture, and then I used a mix texture. I mean, a mix node with 2 colors and a layer weight node. So I can create a sort of rose gold material. I wanted to make it more reddish gold than just a normal gold for the project that I worked on back then. We can probably turn this into a more normal, like, gold material for this project, though. You can see if I kind of layer weight, what it does basically is, if the surface is facing away from you, the more it's facing away from you, the more it's white, and if it's facing you, it's black. Which means, if I look at this, this is way darker, way dark grayish than what you can see right there. These faces are facing away from me. This surface is facing away from me, which means it becomes white, which means you can create these sort of shimmering materials. We can see this nice yellowish orange here, but then here in the back it gets kind of rosé, kind of reddish. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have it, so I'm going to remove it. I'm going to also copy the orange, probably, or maybe we're just going to grab. So now you can see it looks way different. We could grab this gold material. I think it might be a little bit too bright. So what we could also do is we can go to one of the reference materials, like this one, for example. Maybe this one. Let me just grab an interesting or a good looking reference where we can grab the colors from. So what do we have here? This one maybe? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. So I'm going to use this one. We could probably grab it from the scythe. I think that's the most exposed gold that I can see right now. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to use this piece right there. And I'm going to select the gold material. I'm looking for something neutral gold. Nothing where the light is shining on. Nothing where there's shadow. Trying to find the middle tone of all these gold values. Because if you take the middle color, it can get as bright as it is in the white in the brightest part of the image. It can get as dark as it is in the darkest parts. If you use the brightest color as the base color, it gets even wider, and it can get as dark as it is in this image. So I'm always looking for the mid value, which might be something like this. We can maybe add a little bit more saturation here. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe we can move the value just a little bit over here. That might be better. I think that's pretty good. Now we have a nice gold material. So let's go to the leather material. Okay, so now that we have set up the first one, let's go to the actual interesting part. We're going to create our own material, our own leather material. This one will not be procedural. I like to use image textures for very complex, I guess, materials, like leather, for example. Leather has a very special, I guess, look to it. which can be harder to create procedural. You can basically create everything procedural if you want to. You can actually 3D model with, you know, procedural textures. You can actually animate with procedural textures. So while you can model something and then animate that 3D model with only one shader and one object. But that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to create good-looking textures, good-looking materials. So I'm gonna create a I'm gonna grab a leather texture as the base. So let's go to, is it 3D Haven? No, Polyhaven, there it is. So Polyhaven has not only textures, it has HDRIs, it also has models. We need textures, let's go there. What we need is leather. There you go. Which leather looks the best? Let's see. So this one looks pretty good. I like the structure on it. It's not too bumpy, it's pretty smooth. Let's look at a few more, hold on. We can see this view too. Okay. We have red leather, smoother. I don't like this that much. It's too smooth for me, for my taste. Nope. Nope, don't need it. What about this one? This one looks also pretty good. I'm torn between this one and this one. I think I like this one more. This one has a more natural feel to it. It looks rougher. I think this one fits better on a leather armor than this one. This one looks more like you could put it on a seat. So I'm gonna use this one probably. But let's go through these other pieces. We can see there are also leather materials or leather textures with seams in them. So if you need that, you can grab those. Oh, hold on, I deleted. I closed the wrong layer. Tab. Yeah, we're probably gonna use this one. So now that you've decided which texture you want to use, you can then say, well, I want to have a 4K, 2K, 1K, or 8K texture. I'm gonna use, I think 4K. I want to make some pretty close-up shots. So having a high resolution texture can be quite useful there. Of course, if you want to optimize your render and you know that the texture, that you use the texture in very, very tiny spots, it might be better to use a low resolution texture. I'm going to use the blend file, I guess. Yeah. I then say download, and then the download begins when I save it. Hold on. Textures. It'll save it as a blend file, which is good because then you can just append the material and it's already pretty much set up. Okay. So we save it right there. It is saved in the textures folder. I need to extract it. There you go. And there we have a brown leather 4K blend file, and then we have a brown leather texture. Let's make a folder so it's just in one folder. Let's call it brown leather. Put that in there. Perfect. Okay. Let's go in here, and what we'll do is we will append, not from here, but from the brown leather blend file. We're going to go to material, and there's the brown brick, apparently, material. Let's see what it looks like. See, it's already perfectly set up the way that it's supposed to be set up with all the different textures. If you want to use the material the exact same way that it's being displayed on the website, you can do this. You can also do it in a different way. There you go. You can see the texture looks pretty photorealistic already. You can see some nice glossiness. You can see some rough edges here in between these smooth patches. You can also see that this leather, the flow is kind of going upwards while this side is going horizontal. That is because of how the UVs are set up. So if you go into the UV editor here, hold on, UV editor, you can see some of these UVs are set up vertically, some of these are set up horizontally. If you want to change that, or you can change it, which will mean that, or hold on, no, which is good because we want to make the flow of these pieces here the same on every piece of leather. Lagging a little bit. Probably because of the density of the model. I can probably reduce it a little bit. Set it to 1 maybe. Looks like peasant leather. Looks like I don't know, workable leather. Not like high quality leather, but more like leather that's being used in armor. Okay, so what I want to do, make a backup. Yeah, let's do that. Well, let's call it 6A, because this is a new chapter in this piece. Okay, so the way you can kind of identify the different UV maps or the UV islands is by enabling this thing right there, which is UV sync selection. So everything I select here will be selected over here too. You could, if you disable it, and to change the UVs, you would have to select everything up here, and then you can select the UVs that you want to change here and change them. But what you can also do, especially to figure out which UVs are which islands in this UV view right here, is you can enable UV sync, then you select what you want to kind of, I guess, identify, and then you can see, oh, this this vertex is in this UV island. So now we can decide which ones we want to rotate. Should the leather be upwards pointing or sideways? I think sideways looks better, in my opinion. I think sideways looks better. Looking at this, I think in my opinion, horizontal, like a horizontal leather flow looks better. Let's look at some real life references real quick. Leather armor. Let's see. Well, this one isn't really like the leather that we have here. I guess both could work. This leather is pretty much, or is very, very smooth. Not like the one that we use. So we can't really see, oh, there's some structure. But it's not really that obvious. Yeah, I guess it could be both. Horizontal or vertical. I think horizontal looks better. Okay. Let's make it horizontal. So what we need to do is we need to select this island right there. Hello, there it is. We can then go into this view right here. We can press Ctrl plus to extend the selection. What we could also do, I think, is we could say select select linked, I think. Nope. Okay, well, maybe not. What was it? How can you select the whole island? I guess you could just go into here, circle view, and just select everything. You have to be pretty exact here between these two islands. There you go. Select the entire island. Perfect. Make sure that you've grabbed everything. You can see here, we can see the edge, because that's basically where they connect, where this UV island connects to the other UVs. We can then, if you want to, because we don't want to move this edge, we can disable synchronization. We can then select it again. There you go. And then we can rotate it by 90 degrees. Okay. Problem is now that the UV is basically inside of the other UV. Might not be a big problem, but if it can be a big problem. Of course, first of all, the UVs being inside of each other is a problem because now we have overlying UVs, of course, which means we can't really select them individually with circle select, for example. But also if we want to have specific textures on one UV island but not the other, that doesn't work either because they're overlapping. So let's set all these UVs up in a way that it makes sense. We could first of all put them all together so they fit this space the best way possible. I think I want to make all of them horizontal. I wonder, can you scale them? Hold on. Oh. So we could just do this. There you go. So we can fit it in there. And now you can see it's nice horizontal. It's nice and horizontal. So I'm going to set all these UVs up so they don't overlap and they're all horizontal instead of vertical, and then we can proceed. We probably need to scale all of them down so they all fit in there horizontally. There you go. Okay. Let's set up the rest. Oh. See, now we're getting to some we're encountering some problems. So we need to fix this. Hold on. I'm going to move these vertices over here somewhere because I don't want to have them be in the middle of the image because they can get lost very easily. If I place them on the side, I exactly know where they are. There you go. So let's see how we can fix this. We should be able to select just the island, right? Pinned? What is pinned? Okay. Shortest path? No. Oh, of course. Hold on, let me see how I can select the island. Blender, select UV island. To select an entire island within seam boundaries in edit mode, activate face select. However, now hover the mouse over the wanted island and press L. Okay, hold on. So face select. Which one? This one, right? L. Didn't do anything. Nice. Okay. Maybe in here. Nope. Why? Oh, there it is. Wait, but that's the wrong one, right? It is. Why did it select that one? There you go. Ah, perfect. Yeah, L, pressing L selects all the, I guess, connected pieces. Okay, place it right there. Then we have one more. One thing we could do to save some more space, I'm going to do in just a second. I'm going to rotate this one first. Scale it -1 on the y-axis, so it's mirrored. And place it up here. There you go. Perfect placement. So now we can go to this one down here. And save some more space by pushing it over here. And then we can push this one a little bit down. Nope. This one, please. Nope. please select this one. Oh. Oh, you have to hover over the island. There you go. You could maybe make them a little bit bigger. Can you? Hold on. Is there a different transformation mode? Individual origins. There it is. There we go. Nice. We can now make them bigger so they take up more space. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Now everything is perfectly set up. Now everything is horizontal. Of course, the texture is not supposed to be black. And which means we don't need the entire setup, the entire node tree that we have right here. The only thing we really need is the normal map and the roughness map. Displacement? No. Do we? How do we mute it again? There you go. Doesn't really do much. Oh. Does it do? Oh, of course. Well, displacements don't really... Oh, they do. But we don't need them. No, we don't. Okay. So... we only need the normal map, we need the roughness map, and we need the mapping. So we're going to copy those into the new black leather, let's call it chest piece. There you go. Oh. Of course. We ruined the the mask because we moved the UV islands. I guess we have to just make them again. That shouldn't take too long. Let's figure out the leather material first. Okay. So we copy those in. There you go. Okay. So let's plug in the normal. There you go. Now we have nice leather bumps. And then we have one for the roughness too. There you go. See? And now we have rough spots, we have smooth spots, and we have bumps. So that's the first step to a great photorealistic texture. Let's talk about the ingredients of a photorealistic texture real quick. So what do you need to do? How do you need to set up? What are the ingredients for a procedural material? I mean, for a realistic material. So basically, in the easiest way possible, how I could explain it is to make a to make a realistic material, what you need is a base color, a texture for the base color, a texture for the roughness, maybe a texture for specularity, but that is more optional. A texture for the bump map, the normal, and maybe if you needed a texture for the transmission. And that's basically it. The way or how to achieve photorealism, you first set up the base roughness. You define a base roughness value. You define a base specularity value. You define a base color, and then you add variation to these values. So you create a texture that has roughness values, for example, ranging from 0 to 1, for example, to create variation in the surface or in the material. Photorealism basically means that it is not perfect. It has been worn. It has been affected by the environment. It has been chipped down. There are some scratches. There are some color discolorations. There are some soft spots. There are some rough spots. For example, if you have a person sitting, like if you would put this chess piece in the rain, it wouldn't make sense for this piece to be super rough or look like it looks right now in here. It would be way smooth. I mean, it would be way glossier. And what you can then also do is you can, if you want to make it even more realistic, photoreal, you would add some variation by, for example, adding a like raindrops material, raindrops texture that can basically create the illusion of raindrops dripping down and sliding down, I guess, your the armor, to add some variation in the glossiness that follows the environmental, I guess, circumstances. This way you can create a procedural material and I mean a photorealistic material that, you know, is grounded in the environment that it's supposed to be in. What I want to do for this to make this realistic, you can see it is already pretty realistic, but it is realistic in a sense that this is basically perfect leather material. If we think about what this leather material is supposed to recreate or represent, it is supposed to be a leather that is being used in an armor piece. What do you use with an armor piece? You try to protect yourself from damage, from weapons or whatever. So what we will add later, or you also use it to protect yourself not only from other attackers, but also from the environment, and, you know, protect your body from whatever can come from the outside. So what we will also add is small scratches, maybe even with sculpting, but we're going to do them in the material too. We're going to add some small scratches. We're maybe even going to add some discoloration in the color. So we're going to turn this pure black. We're going to replace it with a texture that not only has this pure black, but it also has some discolorations like brown, maybe even white or red, just to kind of, you know, ground the, not only the texture, but also the roughness as well as the normal in the environment that is supposed to be in. It's basically creating a role play, or you know, it's similar to role playing, I guess. You kind of think about, okay, this character is in this world, so how would he behave? With materials, it's basically, well, this material is supposed to be in this environment, so how would it look like? How would it need to look like to represent the environment that is being put in, that is being used in? That is basically the idea behind it. So now that we have the basic perfect setup, we can go ahead and add some more stuff like discolorations, make it look more photorealistic. Or it is already photorealistic, but only in a perfect environment. We want to bring it into a rough environment, into a environment where it's been used, it's been scratched, it's been, you know, all like different things has been done to it. Okay, so we're probably gonna begin with the bump map. I want to bring in some scratches. So we could either go into the in here and see if we can find some scratches. Maybe I don't think they have like surface imperfections. Let's see. Scratches. Nope. One thing that I like to do is I like to grab textures from, I like to grab image textures or photorealistic textures and turn them into something completely different. So the same that I've done here for the gold texture, for the gold material, I used an asphalt texture to create scratches. We can do that as well for the leather armor. So I'm looking for a texture that kind of has the scratchy look that we can then extract and apply to the armor. If we look at this, for example, I would like to see the individual textures, because what I'm basically looking for is a black and white texture where, for example, these sticks are white and everything else is a darker shade. So I can then use the gradient, what is it called again? The color ramp, to separate, to turn everything except the sticks white, or black, depending on whatever you want to use, and use these sticks as scratches on the leather surface. I don't think these sticks really make good scratches, so let's keep looking. Concrete wall. No. Plywood. Nope. Of course, we could use this asphalt again. Asphalt 2. You can see it has some scratches in it. Right there. That could be pretty useful. Let's keep looking. This one could also be pretty useful. Dirty concrete. Although, no. Looking for something more like organic. Aerial rocks, maybe? No. I also have a procedural texture that I've used, that we could use. This one we can also, of course, combine textures to create our own, I guess, texture. So this one might be pretty useful. You can see these small scratches right there that we could use. We're going to grab this one. We probably only need 2K for this. Okay. Let's make a new folder, call it, what is it? Concrete floor. There you go. Save it in there. So we have one already. This was just for smaller imperfections. Let's keep going. I'm gonna hold on to that for now. What else do we have here? This one could be pretty useful for discoloration. It might be too much though. Maybe I'm looking for something else. This one could be useful for discolorations too. This one. The rock ground. It doesn't have a lot of discoloration, just a little bit. Although, I kind of want to have something smoother. This one maybe white plaster, or this one green metal. I don't like these drip stains. Did I miss most of the stream? If you just joined, welcome Ghost. Hope you enjoyed your Monday and your weekend, of course. What we've done so far is we have talked about, or we've created the quick sketch. And then we went over a little bit of UV unwrapping, how it works. And then now we're in the process of creating photorealistic materials for this chest piece and the other pieces of the armor from this dude, of course, right here. So we're going to create the procedural, why do I always say procedural? The photorealistic leather material for this chest piece that we can then also apply to other pieces. We're going to begin with this because this is basically the most used material, basically. We've created a gold material, or we copied a gold material from an older project. Now we're working on this leather material that we can then, which we are about to turn photorealistic. It is already photorealistic, but as I explained a few minutes ago, it might be photorealistic, but it's only photorealistic in a perfect world. It is not basically grounded in the situation that it would be in relation to the character that is wearing it. So if you would say, well, this character is always in battles, he's always like outside fighting, or I don't know, doing whatever, falling to the ground because he's been, hit. You would have some discoloration, some bump, some scratches and all that stuff on this texture, which would make it look more photorealistic according to the environment that it will be used in. So we're currently looking for textures that we can use to create stuff like discoloration or bump maps to add that certain photorealism to the texture. This one I like a lot. Doesn't have too much discoloration, but just a little bit. We could use that for blood splatter. I'm gonna save this as well. 2K, okay. What is it? Ground gray, okay. Ground gray, there you go. Okay. So let's begin with one of those. No, I want to have one for scratches too. This one looks pretty good. The sand, the dirt. There's some very clear lines which kind of look exactly like. Actually, we'll try. Okay, download. What is it called again? Dirt aerial. Okay. Okay. There you go. So let's begin. Let's append the first one. Hold on, we need to export them first. So, you know what I'll do first? I'm going to remove this texture. We don't need it. It's destroyed. Wait. Is it? Oh. Okay. So we have, let's begin with, oh, it's FFXIV dirt, of course. There you go. Okay. We can probably begin with ground gray. This will be discoloration. No, let's begin with dirt aerial to create these scratches. So let's append. No, we don't need to append. We only need one of these textures. The texture that I want to use is probably this one. Displacement or roughness. No, normal. Oh, okay. I like this one. I'm gonna use roughness probably. So let's put that in here. Let's look at it. With Node Wrangler enabled, which is an add-on, you can press Shift and Control and click on a node to display it as like a emission. There you go. And then what we want to do is we want to we want to create scratches out of this. So let's go in here and let's go let's adjust the texture a little bit. So I'm going to use a cutter ramp. There you go. I might invert this. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, this one looks better. Now what I'll do is I'll just use the cutter ramp to kind of separate the parts of the image. I want to have the white parts probably. Let's see. We can see some bigger scratches right there. What we could also do, is we can use a mapping node on this. Control T to add the mapping node. T for mapping, of course. And then we can use a texture on the location, rotation, and scale values. So I'm going to use a texture right here, maybe a noise texture. What that does is it distorts the texture itself. So if I plug this factor into the location, for example, you can see it kind of gets this swirly look. I'm just experimenting right now, so I'm not, you know, this might look weird in the end, but we'll see. We don't need this right now. We can then change the values a little bit to get a different look. I don't think the scale changes too much. Maybe the detail. Okay, roughness. We can see what it does. I'm curious what it looks like as a bump map. I don't want to make it too... Ooh. Too rough. Okay. So what I'll do is I will combine the normal map with this texture. I'm basically turning this normal map into a bump map. by just using a color ramp. You could probably also just use a black and white or a saturation node and turn it black and white, but I'm going to use a color ramp. There you go. Then I'm going to use a color mix RGB, color into color, color into color, color 2 into color 2. And then I'm going to set it to multiply. And then I'm plugging it into a bump node. Height, color into height, normal into normal. And then show me the material. Might take a little bit. There it is. You can see the material changed a little bit. Let me quickly see this texture on its own. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I mean, it still kind of looks like leather, but it doesn't really look like it did before. So, oh, hold on. I think I need to do this after the... Wait, do I? No, hold on. I need to see something. So, of course, normal maps are treated differently compared to bump maps. If we go to the original material, brown brick, you can see it uses for the normal map a normal map node, which will then be applied to the normal input. The bump on the lever seems to be flipped on the left side of the seam in the middle. You mean here? Hold on. It is mirrored, but it's not the exact same texture. So what we can probably do to use a bump map and a normal map is we can just use a displacement map. Displacement maps will be used like a bump map unless we enable displacements. So if we go back to chess piece, we can bring back the normal. Hold on, I'm just going to copy it. This one, copy, paste. There you go. As in the top height of the map seems to be the bottom and vice versa. Oh, yeah, it was the case with the bump map, I think. But now that we use the normal, like use it as a normal map, I think it looks fine again. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. So what we can do is we can use a vector displacement node, color into height. And then if we plug it into the displacement output, input, it should be applied as a normal bump map. Maybe the bumps are too small. Let's see. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, yeah. There you go. Let's try again. Let's remove this normal map real quick to see it better, if it actually gets applied. Okay. Whoa. You can see it right there. You can see these small bumps, but I wonder what that is. Oh, the roughness. Okay, hold on. What I like to do to fine-tune individual parts of the texture is I like to sort of, you know, disable everything else like you see right here, and then I can work on the individual piece that I want to adjust. I'm going to flip this real quick so it's inverted, and you can see it looks horrible. So let's do some adjustments. I don't think we need the noise texture. The noise texture just makes it weird. Okay, so you can see we have this damage. Looks way too big, so we can probably just scale it down a little bit. That's a good beginning. You can see some tiling though. If we get too close, I mean too small. What we could also do is we can bring these closer together to reduce the amount of the texture being shown and the damage being applied, I guess. There you go. Just gonna, you know, small, I guess, changes in the surface. We could also apply another. Let's see what that looks like. What if we add another step right here? No, I don't think that'll work. No, it won't. What we can do though is we can first of all probably scale it up a little bit now. It's quite small. Like this. So we have some small damage. What we can then do is we can duplicate this. Shift D, I think. Yeah, there you go. Then we can use a multiply node. Color multiply. I mean color mix RGB. Set it to multiply, and then we can put both in. We then plug it into the height. Now we basically have 2. If we need to set it to factor 1, there you go. Then if we move this texture, we can see we have another one. There you go. And then what we can do with that is we can rotate it, for example. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. There you go, we can rotate it, so it has a different rotation. What we can also do is we can scale it. Make it bigger, make it smaller, to bring some more variation into the texture. We can also scale it on in one direction. So the scratches kind of get like wider or longer. What if we, hold on, 5.5. So we could do this, for example, to create these long stretches. They look kind of weird though, so I'm kind of hesitant to do it. Maybe we could change the rotation a little bit more. Oh no. Ghost Zachary is back. Who said Zachary 3 times into a mirror in the bathroom? Who summoned him? Hope you enjoyed your weekend, Zachary. We're in the process of creating a photorealistic leather material for the chest piece. It is time to drink something, so let me quickly fill up my bottle and then we're going to continue. It is empty, that's why. Who would have guessed? Hold on. Okay, I am back. I have returned. Okay, let's quickly check who just subscribed or followed, and then we can continue. Thank you, Raphael Jacoby, for subscribing. Thank you for yeah, welcome. If you're here, hope you enjoyed the stream. If not, then it doesn't matter what I say. Okay, let's continue. So we have some scratches, some pretty scuffed scratches. I might delete them, but I think I want to use this texture more for like a like surface imperfections. So I'm probably gonna turn this back to 5.5. There you go. And just make this one maybe a little bit bigger. There you go. I think that's pretty cool. We can move them a little bit. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Just to kind of add some some bumpiness. Okay. But we're not done yet. We need some more. I think I want to also include a little bit more in here. See how much deeper these bumps got just because I extended the selection in here. You can see how it changed. There you go, I like this. Now these bumps are way deeper. Perfect, okay. Let's go to... Let's use another texture to create some scratches. Now we have some basic surface imperfections, some, I guess, some environmental damage, you could say, some erosion. Let's add more. Let's go to the concrete floor. Let's see what we have here. So we have this. We have this one. And we have this one. This one could be pretty useful for discoloration. This one could be useful for discoloration. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have ground gray. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I wanted to use this for discoloration. Yeah. Okay. So let's add some discoloration now or later. Let's do it later. Let's do some scratches first. Okay. Let's use concrete floor. I think that's a good scratch texture. So let's bring it into here. There you go. Let's adjust it a little bit. Plug that into the height so we can see it. We actually don't need to. Hold on. There you go. Okay. This ball needs to be smaller. There you go. You can see the tiling. We shouldn't see that too much later. Let's go and add a color ramp. There you go. And then let's do some adjustments here. Let's separate different areas. I kind of want to keep what is already what is hidden right now, or what is black. Everything else should be sort of white. Maybe even more like this, maybe. Okay. To be honest, I think the asphalt texture looks the best for scratches. You can see some scratches right there. What we could try is to use a procedural texture again. So if we use a noise texture, plug that into the location. We're working on the armor today. We're working on the procedural, or on the realistic, or we're working on the materials for the armor today. Yep. We're probably going to go and create materials for the chest piece today. I might work on this off stream a little bit, and then we're going to go to the other materials tomorrow. So you can see how the scale changes the material. I don't want to be too detailed. I kind of want to just create these nice swirls in here. Okay. We can also now use a color ramp to dim down the, I guess, displacement, you could say. So we can turn this down so we can remove the displacement completely, or we can, you know, bring more in. I want to do it very slightly, not too much. Actually, maybe we actually can. One seems to be too much. Maybe more like this. Okay. Let's see. So now we can see the look changed a little bit from what it was before. I'm not quite sure if we need the noise texture here though. Let's see. It doesn't really look like scratches too much. I think I'm going to use the asphalt texture. I kind of like that the most. Good thing is it's already in here, right there. So let's just copy it. Move it down here. Let's see what that looks like. There you go. That looks pretty good. So let's adjust it so it fits onto the leather part. Oh. There you go. Thank you. Okay. I think that's pretty good. We get some scratches right there. They might be too small, so let me make it a little bit bigger. Maybe like this. Maybe we can change the rotation a little bit. I like that. Oh, hold on. Maybe that's better. Okay. Let's see what it looks like as a bump map. Perfect. Oh, of course. Hold on. Okay. So now we can see some scratches. They're inverted. They're going out. They're like bumps instead of, I guess, holes. So we need to flip this. Oh, hold on. We don't. We need to switch the color and not switch the position. So we need to turn this into white, and we're going to turn this into black. There you go. Now we can see some nice scratches. We can maybe extend the selection or these handles to include more. Let's see. There you go. We can see these nice scratches right there. Okay. What if we make them even bigger? Hold on. Like this. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that might just work. That's pretty cool. Okay. Now that we have a scratch bump map, we have a surface imperfection bump map. Let's combine all those. We're going to use another multiply node. Color into color. And then this new texture into color 2. We're going to put that into the displacement, which means we combine all of them. Why do we use a multiply node? What basically happens is we have a black and white texture, black being 0, white being 1. If we want to basically add another texture to this texture here, we want to add another texture. We want to combine all the textures together. We need to multiply them. We cannot add them together because that would increase like it would add 1 plus 1, which would be 2, but we want to stick with 1. We need to use multiplying because that means if we have 2 textures and there's a spot with white, aka 1, in the same spot where there's white on the other texture, it would be 1 multiplied by 1, which would be 1. But if we have spots where it's black, we would have 0 multiplied by 1 or 0 times 0, which would be 0. This way we can combine textures together, basically, which is what happened right here. This is what it looked like before, and this is what it looked like together. So we have some scratches, we have some surface imperfections. Let's now bring back the normal map. Okay, apparently it just completely removed the the bump map. I wonder why. Do we need to? Do we actually need to enable displacement? Hold on. Oh, hold on. In the shader settings, we can go to settings. There it is, displacement bump only. If we set it to displacement, oh, what if I say displacement and bump? No, it doesn't change. Wait, do we only see it? Oh, hold on. Do we only see it in the render view? No. That's weird. Why is it not showing up? Hold on, let me see how we can combine the two. Welcome back. Long time no read. Hope you've been doing well. And goodbye as always. Okay. Oh, Blender combine normal map with bump map. Nightbot is mad. Exactly. No. No spamming, okay? That's one of the few rules, and him broke it. Let's see. Yeah, I already have it on. I had it on displacement and bump. It didn't work. Oh, yeah. See, I don't actually want to displace it. I just want to show it as a bump map. Which we've seen before. You know, when we didn't use the normal map, it actually showed us the displacement map as a bump map, but now it doesn't. Let's see. Image texture, normal map. Oh, wait, that worked. Hold on. Okay, let's see. See, now it works for some reason. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go in here and I want to use a vector bump map. We're going to plug the normal map into the normal factor. We're going to plug the bump map into the height factor. We're going to plug both together. Maybe that works. There you go. It works. Easy. No, it doesn't. Why? Why not? What's happening? It also just does it? No, okay. Wait, it is there, but it's shorter. I mean, smaller. I mean, yeah, it's very, very faint. Oh, I know why. Probably, maybe. Let's see. We need a normal map bump. I mean, normal map node in between the normal map and the the bump map. Bump node. There you go. Grab this just to be sure that we have the right one. Hello. Apparently, oh, there it is. laggy as always. There you go. Come on. There it is. Perfect. Okay. So now we have some, we have the normal map as well as some bumps. Let's look at it in material preview. Maybe the these bigger parts is too much. Maybe we don't need this. Maybe we only need the scratches. Yeah, I think that's probably better. I think that's better. Okay. So now that we have some surface imperfections, let's go to the next part. I'm gonna, I guess, move this down here. So I still have it if I still want it. Let's go to the next part. Some AO grime dirt buildup. Yeah, that's gonna be the next step. I'm gonna bring in the roughness. There you go. So now we have the roughness back. What we need to do now is we need to bring in variation into the roughness. So now that we've brought in variation into the normal, or into the surface imperfection, or into the surface, let's bring some variation into the roughness. What I want to do here is I want to make some parts rougher than other parts. We could do that with an image texture. Maybe it's actually easier to do that with a normal texture. So we're just going to use a normal texture right there. No, noise texture. No, wait, yeah. We're going to customize it. Maybe add a little bit more roughness here. Not too much. Okay. We can probably use B-spline, so it's a nice transition here. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Maybe we should use ease. Okay, I just want to see what it looks like first. So let's just plug that in. We use a good old multiply node again. Come on. There you go. Put that in here. First color, second color. Let's see what it looks like. Doesn't really look like what I wanted. So we need to probably switch these two colors. Nope. Hold on. Did I use the right? Okay, yeah, I did. Oh, wait, I don't need... I want to make it... Do I want to make it rougher, or I guess we can make it glossier first? So we can bump this up to 0.5. Wait. Do I need multiply? I think so, but I need to flip it. I need to make this dark. I mean white. This one needs to be dark. There you go. We can maybe use some distortions too. Just a little bit. Okay. That might be too much, so we can change the scale. Okay. Okay. I think that's a good first step. Let's look at it. Let me sit down real quick. And you can see what happened. We have added some roughness variations. So some parts are glossy, some parts are, you know, rougher, I guess. We can fine tune it a little bit more. Of course, what we can do is we can change the noise, I mean the scale, for example. Make it bigger, make it smaller. I kind of like it that way already. Maybe we can reduce the amount a little bit. Maybe more like this. There you go. You can see what it looks like if we kind of rotate around it. We can also reduce the value so it's not as glossy. You can see it's completely gone there. If we increase it, you can see it gets glossier. I like it that way. I think I'm going to keep it this way. I think I want to do the same but inverted, so it's getting darker. So let's just do this, duplicate it, and we plug it in again. Nope, we will actually still use the same. Should we use the same texture? I'm gonna make a new one just to make it easier. Okay. Duplicate. We could maybe use only one texture, but it's easier right now for me to just do it that way. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll turn this into white again, turn this into black. There you go. Oh, very glossy. And we do the exact opposite. We need to... Wait, do we need to set it to multiply? No, we need to set it to... If we want to make it whiter, we need to set it to divide. Let's see. Okay. So if we change this, yeah, it gets brighter. You can see right there. So if you want to make it brighter, you can use divide. If you want to make it darker, you can use multiply. There you go. Screen could work too. I'm going to use divide. Probably going to make this smaller or bigger. Let's see. We probably don't need distortion here, so I'm going to remove it. There you go. Maybe bring in some more. Okay. Let's bring back the shader. Yeah, I mean, divide is basically multiply in reverse. I never really like to use screen or all the others because I can't really... Well, all of these are basically just mathematical like equations or like, you know, mathematical formulas. But I don't know them, so I just use divide, multiply, and subdivide. And subtract and all that stuff. Subdivide, subtract, add, multiply, or divide. So if I need to multiply, or I need the opposite, so I use divide instead of multiply. That's how I kind of think about it. You can see we get some rough spots right here. They look pretty rough. I kind of want to reduce the amount. So we can probably just go in here and reduce it. We can also change the scale. Let's see. I think that's pretty cool. Right there. We can then go in here and maybe change the mapping to reduce the amount. And there you go. We've added some variation to the roughness. 2 variations actually. Let's see. Maybe we can change the scale a little bit. What we can also do, if we like the scale, we don't want to change the scale, but we want to place the texture somewhere else, we can use a good old mapping texture. Or mapping node. That's what it's used for. So once it's loaded, we can go to the location and just move the texture somewhere else. Let's see what we have here. Okay. I think that's pretty cool. There you go. So now we have some rough spots. We have some glossy spots. And we have the base roughness. So now it is time to go into the variation for the color. We could also... Well, yeah, we could include 2 things. No, hold on. Okay. So let's see. How can we make this a little bit... Let's space it out. There you go. Okay. So let's create the what is it? Oh, the variation for the color. So what we'll begin with is a color mix RGB node. This mix RGB node, should we use mix? Yeah, probably. The mix RGB node will first of all grab the black, the original black. Okay. Then we're going to put that color into the base color, and we'll see the black gets brighter just because we have a gray color as the second color right there. So if you make this dark, you can see it gets black again. We will use the second color to add discoloration to the black. And of course, we don't want to just recolor the entire thing. We want to recolor certain parts of the leather. So what we're going to use is the same that we've used here. We're going to use a texture for the factor as a mask, basically to decide if we want to use the black color or the color 2 or something in between. What we can use for that is probably one of our image textures. Let me see what we have here. I think what I wanted to use is ground gray. Yeah, maybe. So if we use this one might be pretty extreme. We'll see. It looks like this. You can see the very clear seam. It is in a seam, in a like a physical seam, so it's not going to be very apparent. We could sort of create a texture that can remove the seams, but I don't know. I don't think we need it, so I'm not going to do it. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a converter color ramp just to kind of, you know, manipulate the look. I want to make it sort of blurrier. Okay, I'm probably going to scale it down to... Let's see. As I said, it's quite a strong texture, so this might not be a good texture to use. We'll see. Problem is, the more we need to remove, the less the less we can use of the texture. So if we need to remove too much, that might be not a good texture to use. So we might rather use a different one. We have a few more that we could use, so let's switch it to another one. What about this one? looks like this. We could maybe use this one. I'm gonna plug that in there. I'm gonna make a new color ramp just because it's easier to reset the entire thing. Okay. Change the flat property of the texture to box, so you get a box projection, and crank up the new blending property that will show up. I didn't use, well, I created my own seams, so yeah. I didn't use box projection because what I want to do here, or what I already did, what kind of messed up, is I want to create a mask for the seams, which should be used with, well, yeah, I could use box projection too. I thought about it, but I created my own seams. Okay. Well, that would be another way to get rid of seams. Image node, hold on. You mean here? What was it? Oh, here. Box. Let's see. No. Well, it's still there, but it's not exactly in the same spot. So it could work better. Yeah, it probably works better. Okay. See, this looks better than before at least. So if we set it to flat. Yeah. The blend, hold on. Oh. It's blending it pretty weirdly. Ah, you know what? I'm gonna leave it on flat. That shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. Let's see. So what we can do with this now is we can turn this into, for example, blood splatter. This would be a small, I guess, discoloration, but still like discoloration. So kind of let's add it. I'm gonna separate or remove everything except for some small pieces here. Right there. I don't know if this one is very useful for blood splatter. We can try though. So I'm gonna probably leave it like this for now. Then we're gonna plug it into the factor of the mix node. Right there. We can see everything's black. Now if we... Oh, we need to invert it, right? Do we? Well, we can just put that there. And then we can change this. There you go. So what we can do now is we can turn this into... Well, we can maybe use this for dirt. I think this is more useful for a dirt, as a dirt texture. So we can probably turn this into something nice brownish. Dark brown. Desaturated. More like this. There you go. A little bit of dirt. I think that works better. We can maybe even include more of the texture in here now. More like this, so we have a smoother texture. There you go. So now we have some dirt on the armor. Maybe it's a little bit too bright. There you go. Maybe, yeah, it might be because it's using UV coordinates. Okay. So now we have some dirt. Let's add some blood splatter. So we need another mix node. Put that somewhere over here. We need to plug this color into the black color. And then we need to change Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. We need to change the, there you go, now it's back to the original. We need to create another texture for the blood splatter. Let's see if we have another texture that could work for blood. It would probably need to be something more watery. Let's see. Brown leather. Could we use one of these? No. Let's look up some more textures. Do we have, oh, this, no. What do we have here? We have, I want to go to terrain probably. Let's see what we have here. This could work. Maybe. Although it might it's probably too much. If we use these rocks as blood splatter, might be too much. This one could work. Maybe. Let's see, what is... Well, we can't really see the rest. Could work. I don't think it's gonna be that great though. Maybe this one? Let's use this one. This one looks promising. Although, might be too sort of grainy. This one. Didn't I download this already? I don't think so. But this looks pretty good. Okay. Whoa. Where am I? Why am I in my downloads folder? Nope. Figurine. Material. Textures. Okay. What do we have here? I'm probably going to use the color. Yeah. Let's use this. Put that in here. Let's use a good old color ramp. Make it black and white and separate some colors. I want to keep the black parts. There you go. Look at that. That looks pretty good. Okay. Let's use a mapping node to change it a little bit, change it up. I don't want to have too much. Move it, change the look a little bit. I probably want to change this part here a little bit too. I don't want to make it pure black. That's probably pretty good. Might be too much still. We can remove a little bit more. I think that's pretty cool. So we're going to put that into the factor. We're going to look at it right there. And we're going to make it nice and red. Oh, wait. I pressed Ctrl Z and it broke. There you go. A little bit desaturated, dark red. Maybe like this. Okay. Let's look at it in the shader itself. Come on. There you go. And there you go. So you can see we've added some little bit of a like blood. We've added some brown dirt down there. We can do one more thing. I think we have basically all we need. There's one more thing that I want to do, which is what Ghost already mentioned. Dirt and grime in these seams. The way we can do that is by using a geometry node. I'm going to show you which one it is. First of all, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to group all this together so we don't have 60 million nodes in one, you know, in one tree. There you go. Call this, let's see. Let's call this label color. Okay. Then we have the, what do we have here? Roughness. We can only include this because this is connected to 2. We could set it up in a way where it works for both, but I don't want to do that right now, so let's just call it let's call it, hello, please, oh, there you go. Let's call it roughness variations. Variations. Wait, variations. Something isn't adding up here. Hold on. Variation. Oh, yeah, with an I, right? Hold on. Yeah, okay. There you go. And that should be enough. Okay. Let's go to the color and add some more. I want to add some dirt, something in between. So what we'll do is we need one more mix node right here. Put that in there. And let's add one more thing to this. What I want to add is a new node, which we'll find in input. It is called geometry, as far as I know. What we need is pointiness. We also need a color ramp. Pointiness basically allocates different color values to areas where geometry is closer together, or I think edges have a, or faces that are connected have a certain rotation to them, or a certain angle. So if we use pointiness, plug that into the factor, put that into the color. No, not the color, the factor. Let's make this a very, very bright color so we can see it. Okay. We need to invert this, I guess. I guess not. Hold on. Wait. Let me figure it out real quick. Copy. Let's do it out here. Okay. So let's, what do we see here? We see nothing. Pointiness can be quite annoying sometimes because the values are so similar. Let's see. Was it? Yeah, it was pointiness. It works very well in my quick sketches. But why doesn't it work here? Maybe because it uses the original geometry, but even the original geometry has bumps in them. So I'm not quite sure why it doesn't work right now. Might be just that that the value changes are so, oh, there it is. Okay, apparently now it works. There you go. So now we go here. We make everything black. Oh, that's quite laggy. Except for the seams. There you go. And now we have a nice grime texture. So basically grime is usually every time you have an edge, dirt tends to build up in edges or in small crevices, just because, well, nobody kind of, if you walk around, you always kind of sweep and move dirt that is just sitting there on the flat ground. But if you go to edges, nobody's really either walking there, or like the areas here on this chest piece where there are edges, the edges don't really get affected by, like, I don't know, something brushing over it, or like, you know, other stuff like wind. So that's usually where dirt is piling up, which is why we use this pointiness node to kind of create that effect. Oh. So you can see what happened. It already worked. We just need to switch the colors, I guess. Hold on. There you go. And you can see what happened. Or what should happen. Grime gets built up in the seam. I mean, in the creases. We can make it a little bit wider, or we can decrease the amount. I think that's pretty good. So we're gonna switch it from a bright blue to something more realistic. Probably something like brown. So like this. It's not very super visible, but that's not really the point. It's more the point that we can add a little bit more detail that in close-up shots, for example, will be visible. There you go. Okay. Hello? Please, let me go. I'm trapped. Okay. Apparently the pointiness is very taxing on the on the PC. Maybe it seems like it actually takes the geometry that we selected instead of the original geometry. So if we increase the multi-resolution layer, it actually uses more. It actually takes the new geometry into account, which is quite surprising. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. We can also, to make it even more realistic, is we can use this pointiness, the pointiness values, and also plug them into the roughness, because usually if there's dust on a smooth surface, on a glossy surface, if there's dust on it, it's going to be rougher. So if we also plug it into the roughness, we will, you know, add just a little bit more realism to the entire thing. We could, yeah, we could make it, we can optimize the shader a little bit more if you wanted to, but that's, might do that later. Wait, do I have it to put it on divide or multiply? Yeah, multiply. There you go. Please let me move. Please. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. You can see now it's darker in the crevices, which is exactly what we wanted. And we are basically... No, it should be brighter. So we set it to divide. There you go. We divide and conquer, basically. Perfect. Okay. White means rougher. And that is exactly what we wanted. Okay. After the lag is done, let's put it into the roughness value. I mean, socket Come on, you can do it. Okay. So the last step for today will be to create the mask again, so we can include the gold parts as well. We can see we've basically finished the leather material. Now it is time to combine the leather and gold material so we can finish the chest piece. After it's done loading, we can look at it. There you go. That's what it looks like. We have some blood spots right there. We have some, you know, some more glossy areas. We have some more rougher areas. We also have, you can see right there, we have some scratches. We have some surface imperfections. We have the base color. We have some color variations. And that's basically how I at least create my procedural, my photorealistic textures. You could maybe do more. You could do stuff like, you could add more variations. You could, hold on, did I change my, nope, okay. You could change specularity values if you wanted to. You could change the, you can change a lot to make it look even more realistic, but I think that is enough for what we are trying to do here. Let's do one more thing, and that is create the mask, and then we have everything that we need. So, where's my mask? I think I already deleted. I'm gonna delete the mask that we already did so we can make a new one. Oh, I already did, okay. So let's make a new mask real quick. Call it chest piece mask. Okay. Should be white. Okay. Plug that in there. Okay. So let's go in here and create the mask. I think I'm just gonna remove all these values just because it's easier then, probably in terms of performance. Doesn't require that as much, probably not as laggy. Okay. Let's go to texture paint and paint the texture. We need, wait, there you go. Okay. Why is it, okay. Set it to black, perfect. And now if we paint on here, we should be able to see gold. And we do, perfect. Okay, so let's create the mask real quick and then we're done. Oh. Well, let's set it to 2. 2 should be good. Okay. Okay, mirror still on, perfect. Oh no. Painted over the line. Okay, let's remove that real quick. Okay, next one. Of course, if you create these custom textures with texture painting, you have to make sure that your UVs are set up in a way or in the right way. Because if you change them again, the texture that you've just created or that you've painted is basically useless. Because the UVs aren't really, set up in the same way again. You might be able to salvage this, but that would only be in rare occasions. So always make sure that your UVs are set up the right way. What kind of fallout do we have here? Smooth? Oh, who cares? Should work. We could set it to sharp or constant, but I think smooth should be good enough. The next step would be to basically apply the leather material to all the other pieces and then sort of fine-tune them to their need, basically, or their look. So for example, the chest piece probably has the most scratches and blood splatter on them compared to, for example, the under armor. So what we'll do is we'll probably remove some of the procedural, I guess, variations to kind of make it fit better onto the object that we applied to. That we applied to. That's going to be tomorrow. We're also going to apply the gold material to everything that's gold. I don't think that we need to change the gold material too much because the gold material looks pretty good and I don't think we need to change it too much. And then we have a few more smaller materials like a brown, I guess, fabric, as well as the sort of purple gem that is inside of the weapon. I think we also have like a gray metal. I'll either work on those off stream or I'll do that. Yeah, or we'll work on those on stream. We'll see. My headset is almost empty. Trying to raise the clock here. I think it's gonna go out sooner, which means I can't hear the music anymore. But I'm just gonna finish this real quick. Okay, remove some of the excess color right there. And then that's it. Okay, I'm gonna do the same in the back. I'm gonna include the third decoration there, ornament. And then that's the finished gold, the finished material. We have the roughness. We have the color. We have the normals and bumps. And if everything is combined, we have a photorealistic chess piece. So where are my bumps? There they are. And there you go. Hello. Please load. Please. There you go. And that's the chess piece. Yeah. So we've now created a nice black leather material that we can use for, the other pieces. We talked about how to create photorealistic, or how I create photorealistic textures what are basically the ingredients for photorealistic textures. We're going to continue working on the other pieces tomorrow. Yeah, and I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hope maybe you learned something new. Maybe you just followed my workflow. Maybe, you know, hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening, chatting, or just being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you next time, or in Discord. Of course, ! Discord if you want to join. If you haven't already, why haven't you? Nope. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, take care.